Y'all don't hear us. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen.
Pack your bag, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our grind, we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave. Hey.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and just fly on.
You landed on the tarmac, fresh off the boat. Talking about y'all building nothing, man, you choking on the note. My ancestors the reason that this country even breathes. Picked the cotton, built the White House, planted the seed. Jim Crow laws, redlined the map, we was the target. You think that struggle's a costume, man, you can't mark it. We fought the wars, we bled the blood, we died for our future's chance. And you come here and give our legacy a side eye while throwing shade on the guard. While you benefit from doors we kicked down with our last breath. Now you spit on the architects who stared down death. Disrespectful, that's disrespectful, ungrateful, a slap in the face to only people who gave a fuck. So let me show your ungrateful ass to the right place.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our ground and we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and just fly on.
Passport, the visa, the privilege to be here. Cause my grandma did march for y'all, so disappear from our land. You cosplaying our pain. Think it's a trend you can borrow, but you ain't inherit the ghosts of our sorrow. We the foundation, the bedrock, the soil, and the root. You not no branch on our tree, and unproductive people always cosplaying me.
Talking about we ain't do nothing, you lost your mind. We built this from nothing, time after time.
From the beginning to now, we been the backbone and muscle. Why you look down on the struggle and cause a whole tussle? That energy's foul with disgusting, it's whack. So let's make it clear, there's no turning back.
This land is paid for in full.
In blood, sweat, and tears, and dreams deferred.
You don't get to come into a house we built from the dirt and telling Black America y'all ain't worth nothing. That's a violation, facts.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
It's our soil on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
Show respect, this our ground, y'all just tenants on a leash.
Or get the step.
Show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your business, I can just fly on.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your business, I can just fly on.
Yeah, fly little birdies.
Fly on back to where you came from.
This ain't for you. The soil is sacred.
We said what we said.
It's time
For y'all to go home. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. Bye-bye, little birds.
They thought we forgot, but we never forget. follow the rules. We built this land from dust and tears, 400 years, and we still here. They write new rules, but they don't see every freedom they got came off you and me. We planted seeds, they took the bloom. We lit the flame, they left the room. But we back now, no disguise. The spirit's woke, we realize all we want is what we earn. That sweat and blood, yeah, that table turn. You can't buy culture, can't fake that fight. This is our day, this is our right. We happiness. Say it loud, say it strong. We the heartbeat that's been here all along. Foundation of Black Americans, stand tall. We ain't begging for nothing, we built that all. Born from pain and grace, you can see the truth written in our face. We the soul, the sound, to fight the flame. Foundational Black Americans, say our name. They love our rhythm, but they dodge our blues. Use our voice when it fits their news. They take our sound, but not our scars. We the backbone, we the scars. Now the veil is gone, the mask is clear. We see the game, we know it's here. No more silence, no more lies. We lift that flag and watch it rise. Rise up, rise up. We the ones that made this nation breathe. Our veins are power, our roots are trees. We know worlds. It's rhythm and grace, and now we're reclaiming our rightful place. Can't copy courage, can't steal pain. You can't inherit soul by changing names. Our story ain't done, it's the revival. We guard the gate, it's about survival. We FBA, say it proud, say it loud. The world dances on what we vow. Foundational Black Americans, still we stand, still we fight, still we demand. Every block, every song, we've been right here all along. The soul of a people strong and free. Foundational Black Americans. We the first, we the rule, we the fire. Still rising, still here. Foundational Black American.
We set the tone and they copy the cadence. Dance to our drums and deny the foundation. Wear the style but don't honor the source. Smile in the crowd and you distance and force. Say you not us but you rap like we breathe. Take the rhythm, then fuse the receipts. I ain't mad, I'm just holding the glass. Showing the mirror, now answer it back. I ain't here to cancel nobody. Just keep it honest, keep it solid. If you eat from the table we built, don't act surprised when we guard it. Do you like that? Do you like that? When I flip your sound and I ride like that. Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Cause that's how it feel when you borrow my culture. Then act like we never mattered. Hip hop.
Mike Larry. Now this shit here, it's what I see it is. We're not fighting your battles. We're not carrying your fear. We're not lending our history to people who erased us while we were here. Just cause you're born here, don't make you FBA. That makes you a citizen, learn the difference today. This is lineage, not a look you can wear. Not a costume you borrow when it benefits you there. You used our culture like like an access card, backstage pass, a straight facade, but now the mirror's in your face. No disguise, and you're uncomfortable looking truth in the eyes. We didn't leave our land to beg for a chance. We stayed, we fought, we took every advance. That's the separation, that's the line you cross. We paid the price, you learned the cost. You waving your flag on our soil, but fighting not to go back home. Waving your flag on our soil, building comfort on a foundation you didn't know. We waving our flag, red, black, and gold. Stood our ground, never sold. You waving your flag on our soil, but scared to build what you claim you love. Our humor, our style, the way we move, the smoothness, the sound, the things we prove. Music we birth, language we shape, innovation forged under constant escape. Warrior spirit means stay and defend, not flee your land and rewrite the end. You call it success, but don't confuse the two. Ease came after what we went through. You abandoned your land and called it strategy. You wave that flag loud, but won't return to build your legacy. That contradiction tells the story for you. You waving your flag on our soil, we're fighting not to go back home. We waving ours where we were forged, every inch earned, every brick known. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We know who we are, and now we see who you are too. Just because y'all born here doesn't make you FBA at all. It makes you an American citizen. It's biologically impossible to be us, because it's a lineage, not some damn costume you can just put on to look cool. You immigrants and immigrant Americans has used our culture as an access card, a backstage pass to our culture. Now y'all have to look in the mirror. Our sense of humor, the aesthetics, mannerisms, the style of dress, the smoothness, the creativity, our genres of music, innovativeness, our slang, our warrior spirit by staying on our homeland and fighting and not fleeing to somebody else's land to beg for a better life and shit on the very people who fought to have us there. That's who we are. And we know who the hell y'all are waving your flag on our soil and fighting to make sure y'all don't go back.
You can't leech off our culture anymore. Beat it!
Mike Larry, man, you did it again. We really making history. Let's go. Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it loud, don't walk it back. Do you like that?
Do you like that?
You grew up mimicking us, now y'all switch it up. Turn the carbon copy, y'all ain't black, what the fuck? It's funny y'all connecting to our culture like it's Wi-Fi.
Wi-Fi.
Surfing on our waves of our culture, no more agua. Feeling my culture for all these years. Look how time flies, all these colonizers in disguise. Y'all hate, y'all still hate us outside. Study dope, vampires, it's the blood of our guilt. They copy the flavor, sip the juice. Love the results, hate the truth. Who? Do you like that? Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Democratic shields, talking points, the road they fill. Fish and chips, agent on the mic, judging FBAs, but ain't you half white? Talking like you one of us, we need a pool face. The agent type, the prune face, like 50 and Jim. It's a cold game, throwing stones cause we built our own lane. I'm joking, kinda, but I mean, smile calm, pressure intact. Y'all proud where y'all from, where they flag, beat they drum. But when it's us, tone switch fast. Same pride, but it's too much. FBA pride, lineage solid, you can't put this on, can't try it on. Built here, stayed and fought, that's the difference. That's the car. Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it clear, don't twist the facts. Do you like that? Yeah. Do you like that? Do you like that? Point made. No edit. No care.
You know, erasing history is something that you have to do when it comes to conquest, domination, and destroying a people. If people knew who they were, and what they were capable of in the past, they will understand what they have a possibility or a likelihood of doing in the future.
Foundation of Black Americans, we've always had a culture of resistance. We cultivated a culture of resistance on this land, and we've been resisting ever since we've encountered European domination.
But nothing was really popping in Europe until the transatlantic slave trade, and that's where they amassed a lot of wealth.
One thing that I think is unique about our culture as far as how we resist, how we fight back is just the environment we were put in from day one. Being only 13% of the population, the white supremacists were very meticulous about keeping that population at a certain amount.
There was never a period when we did not resist the encroachment of the white man.
They have a natural behavior of authority no matter where they go. That's why they'll step up in front of us in the line at the store. We're not important. They don't even see us.
We've never been able to excel. We've never been able to relax. We've never been able to just be, which means that existence is resistance.
It must be something in our DNA, our historical background, to when something doesn't sit right with us, especially spiritually, in our souls and in our spirit, we just say no.
We live in resistance. You know, from the moment we're born, we're in resistance. And it's handed down generation to generation.
And so I think that cultural resistance is actually in our DNA, in our epigenetics, and then it blossoms out into the culture.
So there's almost nothing in America that we do, from song to dance to politics to the way we talk, the way we dress, having coded languages considered to be slang today. Everything about Black American culture is a form of resistance.
Of course, they want to always downplay our contributions to the global tapestry because they continue to act like our number one export in this country is not Black innovation.
Everyone understands that our resistance has been the cornerstone of what foundational Black Americans have always done. We are the life that breathes everything into this nation.
The further back you go, the further Black you go. It's just simple like that, brother.
Can't wait for Hidden Color 6. All right, greetings, Black family, greetings, and thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Shane Krummer. Should be joined with our other host, Lady Che, and our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka Sankori. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. Also, I'm the co-executive producer and co-host of Here Come the B1 Kitties. They must know I'm live right now, because here they go, being active again. All right, on this season 6, episode 16, part 3 continuation of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several topics we didn't get to in part 3, and that is Tether Westmore. Tether Westmore exploits Bloody Sunday for his campaign. You know, he called himself running for president in 2028. So our family in Maryland, you know, y'all need to get him out the paint. Then has the Hispanic vote made Black voters irrelevant? Latina explains why they didn't vote for Jasmine Crockett, even though she was pro-immigration. Hispanics express or expose their true feelings about Jasmine Crockett, and Black Democrats. FBA tried to warn you, which I don't want to hear it from us. There y'all go with that Black shit again. Y'all didn't want to hear it from us, but now y'all seeing fat meat is definitely greasy. Then Black woman warns Texas Democrats that Black voters may sit out November's election. Great news. About goddamn time. Then Latino who voted for Jasmine Crockett shit says we can't sit out the midterms because Jasmine lost. Huh. We sitting out the midterms. We sitting out the next presidential election until we get some goddamn tangibles. We sitting them all out. Then Latina says she will stand with Black Americans while white voters voted more for Crockett than Latinos. Racist text leak from Latino GOP members' private chat. Latinos claim that they can say the N-word, not on my watch. And I'm sure not on y'all watch either. But definitely not on my watch. I check that shit every time. No, you can't do that. And so our brother Chase gonna give us his reaction. Then the Iran war will cost Black America trillions, the same trillions that they owe us. They're saying it's gonna cost us. Then here's how. And if we have time, Unhoused neighbor news, illegal migrant news, and local Denver and Aurora news. And hold on, Shabak, I'm gonna bring you in. And we are based out of East Denver, North Aurora, Colorado. We get the news from a frontline and Black first perspective. We are part of the New Black Media and also the Signal Boosters of the New Black Media. We have been around for 6 seasons now and counting. And we have several platforms that are part of the Frontline campaign. Frontline Black News was the first one we started back in 2020, 2021. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced is based on the 50th anniversary of the founding of the original Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. We started on Blog Talk Radio back in 2016 and have been around for 11 seasons now. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced covers the Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago. It's also part of the Frontline campaign and has recently, within the last 2 years, moved from Blog Talk Radio to StreamYard. Please make sure you like and share the broadcast, family. Please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Black News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Frontline Black News. Frontline Black News 2, the backup channel. I see you, Shabaka. I just added you on. My personal page, Jesse Paris, aka Chan Kruma. That's where we stream all the city council meetings and B1 community events here in Denver and Aurora, Colorado. Then we got Lady Chase channel Seduction Doll. Make sure you're sub up to that so she can start going live on that channel. Then make sure you're sub up to her other channel, The Revolutionary Agenda, the RBA. Then we got Shabaka's YouTube channel, Jeanette One. Make sure you're sub up to his channel so he can start going live as well on his YouTube channel. And then we got our cousin, our Lokester out the Bay Area, Jay Militant. Make sure you're sub up to his channel, was Crockett TV with Jay Militant. Then we got our brother Kukizi out the Mile High, who usually does our intro track for the Frontline Black News. The link to his channel is also in the description, Kukizi 5100. Then we got our brother Breeze Omega out of Virginia, VA, via New York. Make sure you're to Breeze Omega's channel. He just surpassed 1,000 subscribers. So congratulations to him for that. Then we got our other brother, the Church of Black Power out of Watts, California, who's now in Houston, Texas. The links to his channel is also in the description. He just surpassed 2,000 subscribers. And then we got, last but not least, our young brother, Black Chief United, who came up with the B1 Rolodex, which is a modern-day green book for FBA and B1 businesses alike. Make sure y'all sub to his channel as well. Then we got the link to the Rolodex and the link to submit your business to the Rolodex. Yours truly is in the Rolodex from our political work, so make sure y'all check that out. Then we got the petition for reparations. Make sure y'all sign that as well. And we got the Kickstarter for Hidden Color 6, which I just played the trailer for. Make sure y'all donate to that if you can. I think it goes until the end of this month. Then we got Lady Chase GoFundMe link. Please donate to that if you can as well. Lady Chase going through a situation. Hopefully we can get to the bottom of it so Lady Chase is not back out on the streets. Then we got a copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. and I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism and white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything else you think you understand will only confuse you in all 9 or 10 areas of human or people activity. And that is economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. And some say health and nutrition. In all 9 or 10 areas of human or people activity, that's what racism and white supremacy is all about, and that's what it controls. And that was by the late, great Neely Fuller Jr., who transitioned exactly a year ago at the age of 95, ProduceJustice.com. And it Produce Justice replaced this evil, wicked, vile system with a system of justice, which guarantees that nobody's mistreated, and those that need the most constructive help get it in a constructive manner. And when you, a Black person, are captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court. Also by Neely Fuller Jr., ProduceJustice.com. And last but certainly not least, we got racism, white supremacy, the only racism that exists. There's not multiple racisms. There's not different versions of racism. There's only one, and that is racism, white supremacy. And that is conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. And that was by the late, great Dr. Francis Cress Welsing, who transitioned exactly 10 years ago at the age of 80. And shout out to our FBA brother, Tariq Nasheed, for paying for her funeral, along with several others. So those are the topics. Make sure y'all hit that like and subscribe button. Greetings, Shabaka from the Mile High Incoming illegal migrant flooded city. You're on mute.
Greetings from Sin City tonight, ladies.
Oh, now we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, greetings from Sin City tonight. The air date of this episode is March 11th, 2026. And as we do know, is that the vernal equinox is coming up, which I believe is about March the 19th, if not the 20th. So may all Nabiscos fry.
All right, Shabaka. All right, so here's the link. So share that out.
Okay.
So the first is Wes Moore exploits Bloody Sunday for his campaign. So Professor Black Truth's going to give us an update on that. Shout out to Professor Black Truth. I've been listening over 10 years, and everything that he has said has come to pass. So he is definitely a prophet of our time.
Pretty much.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. Maryland's tether-in-chief, Wes Moore, has filed to run for re-election as governor this year. The election's in November, just so you know, and to mark the occasion, he's already started his would-be re-election campaign in Selma, Alabama. The fix is in. You got the white media outlets calling Wes Moore a rising Democrat, and this clown's going across the Edmund Pettus Bridge. Edmund Pettus was a Confederate traitor. Moore's folks, by the way, didn't even get to the U.S. until the 20th century. And given his behavior, his ancestors would have been collaborating with the Confederates. They damn sure wouldn't have been fighting them. By his own admission, they ran his folks up out the U.S. and right back to Jamaica. And of course, you got Al Sharpton and Martin Luther King's watered-down progeny there, too. It's a butter biscuit jamboree is what it is. This is not courage that they're doing. To be walking across the Edmund Pettus Bridge, especially the way that they're doing, this is not an act of courage now. Demanding reparations, that takes courage because it displeases the dominant society. To displease the white DNC leadership, that would take courage. You got these bootlicking Negroes for the Democrats who are calling themselves marching across the Edmund Pettus Bridge. Well, that used to be a statement back when virtuous people who actually fought the battles did so back in the 60s and 70s. But at this point, with the Democrats in tow, it's just a Chitlin Circuit version of Woodstock. What used to be an honorable, legitimate act of defiance has become nothing more than a prop and a BS political PR stunt. Marching across Edmund Pettus Bridge made a statement of defiance to white power decades ago, but the baby boomers allowed the Democrats to come in to colonize this occasion and pervert it into just another photo op for the DNC. And for several years now, they've been making it a point to guarantee that there's going to be some tether or other who's going to be front and center for the occasion. That's the reason that they don't talk about reparations. When Kamala Harris did her Edmund Pettus photo op, she didn't even mention Black people. Instead, she used the occasion as an opportunity to try to placate the white political left who was upset about her stance on Gaza. People on the other side of the world who can't even vote in U.S. elections, but she misused and perverted the anniversary of an atrocity against foundational Black Americans for her own cynical political purposes, trying to get her poll numbers up. And she's not the only one. In fact, that's the main thing the Democrats do. They turn this occasion into nothing more than just an opportunity to talk about quote unquote voting rights, which we know means allowing illegal aliens to vote. So on the anniversary of an event in FBA history, the Democrats and the white media are making it where it's all about elections for the Democrats, and Black people have been completely erased from it. You read their articles, and most of them don't even mention that the demonstrators who were brutalized on that bridge in the 60s were Black, or that it was Black people's civil rights that they were fighting for. Most of these so-called articles don't even mention the word Black at all, because all of these other groups, people of color, they weren't out there with us. Hispanics were still classified as white at that time, and Asians were laying low in Chinatown and Koreatown and Little Tokyo and other places, being model minorities. Black people, specifically foundational Black Americans, were out there by ourselves. Hell, Barack Obama's folk weren't even here yet. As usual, whenever foundational Black Americans do something, that's always community property. Our history, our struggle, our achievements, the changes we've made, why, that belongs to everyone. You people can't claim some sort of historical or cultural exclusivity for it. I mean, whatever you do, that belongs to everyone. Meanwhile, what everybody else does belongs to them. And everything that we do, eventually they just get around to attributing it to someone else. Oh, if Black people made something, first they say everybody was there. And then next thing you know, they say, well, it was actually some non-Black person who did it, don't you know? That's always the game. Everybody else comes in so that they can benefit from what we fought and bled and died for. And also another phrase that the white media is not mentioning in their stories about the Edmund Pettus parade this year is the phrase white supremacy. Nobody in the white media or at that parade mentioned it either. And the occasion itself has been rewritten. It's all about voting rights, which they made clear means you need to vote for us. Okay, and what are we going to get? Well, we're not Trump. That's all we have to do. If Black voting rights are indeed under threat, like the Democrats say, then I'd like to know what the hell have the Democrats done in the 14 years since the infamous Shelby v. Holder ruling was handed down by the Supreme Court? That was the ruling that began the white rights assault on the Voting Rights Act. What did Barack Obama do about that? He was president at the time. What did Biden or Kamala Harris do? What has Wes Moore done in his state, or Gavin Newsom in California? What have the Democrats done in nearly the decade and a half to fight back with legislation and to make voting rights the litmus test for federal judges? They've controlled the presidency 8 of the last 14 years, and both houses of Congress for at least 2 of those years during the same period. And what did the Democrats do with it? Nothing. While Republicans were busy front-loading the courts with Federalist Society operatives, Democrats sat on their hands and let them do it. The Democrats never made a political issue out of it. Never had candidates running on a platform of rolling back and eliminating any of these laws passed in these GOP-controlled state legislatures, or promising to overturn any rulings by these right-wing judges. Now compare that, on the other hand, to last year when Democrats were crowing and celebrating because you had a woman who got elected to the Wisconsin Supreme Court. And why were they celebrating? Because it was all about abortion. See, this is how Roe v. Wade is galvanizing voters, especially white female voters, to the polls. Democrats made that a point. They were on the warpath for abortion. But when it comes to these other issues, especially anything pertaining to Black people, all of a sudden crickets. So no, they're not concerned about voting rights. Otherwise, they'd be making that an issue, but they don't. Going on 15 years since Shelby v. Holder, and Democrats are still blasé about the issue. That's because voting rights, quote unquote, has more value for them as a political issue to get you to go to the polls than it does if they simply did something about it. This is all about getting you to vote without them having to do anything for you. Voting rights is a safe subject for them because it doesn't require them to give up any of their power. But the question is, once you vote for these fools and put them in office, what are they going to do for you? You don't vote as just a civic exercise. You do it because you're supposed to be getting something for your vote. The question is, what are these Democrats who want you to be so hot and bothered about voting for them going to do for you if you actually vote for them? And they've already told you. The answer is nothing. You just get to bask in the warm glow of knowing that Kamala Harris is climbing the political ladder. This is what happens when you got these parasites who get their fingers on the things that are important to us. What had previously been a solemn occasion marking foundational Black American resistance in the face of white violence has now been degenerated into just the Temu version of Coachella. It's not a march anymore. It hasn't been a march in decades. Now it's just a Democrat-sponsored parade where their political prostitutes make a campaign speech. Edmund Pettus was a Confederate traitor. So my question is, what did Barack Obama do to punish the neo-Confederates on his watch, especially after Dylann Roof murdered a church full of Black grandmothers? Obama, he accommodated the Confederates. He didn't punish them. He wanted to make them feel at ease instead of making them feel his foot up their behinds. People like Obama and Wes Moore have no reverence or respect for our history, our struggle, or for us because they have nothing in common with us. They hate what we stand for. So what makes you think trash like them will respect what you march for? I'm equal parts saddened and disgusted by how these scumbags have polluted and otherwise contaminated what's supposed to be an honorable occasion. It's become a platform for a bunch of half-brained opportunists, a bunch of tethers, sellouts, agents, and ops trying to make a false connection between themselves and the civil rights movement when most of them who were there were enemies of Black empowerment, and their children running around today remain the same. You take a no-good tether like Wes Moore, an avowed enemy of Black empowerment, and he wants you to think that he's somehow steeped in our struggle. You know, the folks who were on the Edmund Pettus Bridge, they took a stand. Wes Moore's folks, on the other hand, took a hike. This clown actually said, what we must talk about right now is not just continuing the march forward, but also not losing the advancements that those who came before us helped forge. Now, when you have Black folks in his state who say it's time for reparations, what did he say? Oh, well, we got to do something other than reparations. The fact that tethers like him, Barack Obama, and Kamala Harris got into high office, that proves that we've lost a lot of ground. These idiots being in office, this is not evidence of an achievement or advancement. This is evidence that we've lost ground. We have these infiltrators and double agents running around undermining us every chance they get. The only person's advancement Wes Moore has ever been interested in is Wes Moore's. And you know that he's an agent because he went straight from the private sector directly to governor of Maryland without ever having held political office before. That's how you know he wasn't elected, he was selected. Just like Barack Obama when the Democrats handpicked him and decided that he would be elevated to the Senate. Just like Kamala Harris, who went straight from low-down Willie Brown's bedroom to being Attorney General of California and then Senator because her boyfriend told the other would-be contenders, don't crowd Kamala. And to think they let this backstabbing punk kiss one of our FBA freedom fighters as if he was her grandchild or something. It looks like a doggone hostage photo. I feel sorry for that sister because I know she'd like to slap that guy. She just has a sour expression on her face. She can smell the cowardice on him, and it stinks. If she had the strength, she would have slapped him. This is white power's favorite ploy to try to cloak themselves in our history. As tethers see it, white power is going to install them as an overseer class over us. That's been their goal from the very beginning. They're duplicating the exact same structure of failure that they have in their home countries. You want to know how these places became such failures? They're showing you. They're doing the exact same thing here that they did in Jamaica and Africa and elsewhere. How are you going to be smiling like a Cheshire cat as you walk at a place that the only reason it's famous is because white thugs brutalized FBA demonstrators there? How the hell are you smiling and cheesing it up as if you're at a party? Because for these clowns, it's all a joke. It's all politically oriented entertainment. He got some mushy-headed Negroes in Maryland to vote for him, and as he sees it, Black folks are just stupid as hell, and he's gotten away with it. He knows that his value to white power depends entirely on whether he can lead us around by the nose. That's what they expect him to prove. And this is all part of him trying to invent his own legitimacy. He just doesn't get it. He's actually repeating the same mistakes of another tether with Jamaican roots, Kamala Harris. She also thought that she was hot crap because she won statewide office in California, which is far more powerful and politically significant than Maryland. She had the California political machine behind her and her boyfriend, Willie Brown. And yet when she stepped outside of California and tried to get support from the Black community, she fell flat on her face. Wes Moore has the Al Sharptons and other assorted self-interested sellouts around him, and he has a white media that's heaping phony praise on him, but what he doesn't have is the Black grassroots support. I mentioned Barack Obama earlier, and that was for a reason. Obama did the exact same stunt, the same photo op back in 2015 when he was president. But he was doing it in anticipation of the 2016 election. He was trying to help Hillary out. And just to show you how staged this crap is, do you notice that Wes Moore and Barack Obama are dressed exactly the same? Everyone else is out there wearing a suit and tie, dressed in dark colors. Everyone else out there is wearing a suit and tie. Everyone, except for the tethers who are out front and center. They're going to make sure you notice them no matter what. They're the only ones who are out there wearing just their white dress shirts. That's deliberate. That way you have a huge contrast between the dark suits behind them and this one person wearing a white shirt. They stand out like a beacon. That's on purpose. It's to make it where you can't miss them. This is how you know there's a program at work here. Obama took that photo op back in 2015, 11 years ago, over a decade. And here we are today with Wes Moore doing the exact same thing, the exact same way. Their little image consultants told them what to do, and the less astute Negroes out there will fall for it and won't even know why. Or do you think that these tethers just conveniently keep showing up like that on accident year after year after year? And yes, for the trolls and bootlicks in the comment section, you're doggone right I'm keeping an eye on Wes Moore. And yes, I have been doing a lot of videos about him for the same reason that I follow Kamala Harris. If I got some idiot who I know the white media is trying to set up that he's going to be the next tether-in-chief, yes, I'm going to sound the alarm about them. The white media is trying to manufacture phony credibility for this guy, and they do that by building up a false resume for him. He doesn't actually have FBA legitimacy, so the white media is trying to invent credentials for him. They're trying to credentialize him on their own. This is where their articles and puff pieces like this come in. They have to invent some sort of track record for him that will make him acceptable to you. Or at the very least, not make you ready to puke when you see him. So this clown goes walking across the Edmund Pettus Bridge, smiling as if it's a day in the park. Most of the people who see that, they don't know much about the Edmund Pettus Bridge, and they know even less about Wes Moore's background. His being of Jamaican descent is not the problem. We have a lot of immigrant brothers and sisters from the islands who know how dangerous these tethers are because they were the ones who undermined them at home. The problem is that Wes Moore is a two-faced, fork-tongued, no-good opportunist, just like his grandfather. And he's simply trying to climb the political ladder over our dead bodies and make sure that we get nothing out of it. How are you going to walk across the Edmund Pettus Bridge and call yourself kissing the foremothers and forefathers of the movement, and you're not demanding even 1 penny of reparations for any of them? If you care about these freedom fighters and you want to see justice for them, then that means you penalize the white racists who harmed them and their ancestors and their descendants. It means that you take on white supremacy. You get an anti-black hate crime law in the books. You start banging the drum loud as hell for it. But of course, we understand Wes Moore's job isn't to fight white supremacy. His job is to con you into thinking that him getting elected to office somehow is a win for you. And you don't have to do anything. Why, Wes Moore, he's going to be, quote unquote, doing the work. You just won't be able to see any work getting done, that's all. Everything he's ever done, he did for himself. He's not some famous first in FBA history, and even if he was, you can't call yourself a trailblazer if the only one you make a trail for is yourself. For the family out there in Maryland, this clown's up for re-election this year, and the game plan's plain to see. They're telling you what it is. He's going to try to run in 2028. That's what he's trying to lay the groundwork for. If for no other reason than he thinks to put his name into contention as a presidential something or other. He most likely thinks that at the very least, he can take a page from Kamala Harris's playbook and become Gavin Newsom's running mate. Right now, he just wants to make sure he holds on to the governorship until 2027, when, just like Barack Obama, out of the blue, he'll suddenly announce, I'm launching a presidential campaign. The voters of Maryland deserve better, but they're not going to get better unless they demand it. And that means Wes Moore should be sent packing. He's trying to palm himself off as one of us, and the white media is trying to help him do it. We're not going to let him reinvent himself. This is white power trying to legitimize the illegitimate. They say that he's got clout with the black community, and they just hope that we'll accept it because they said it. This is the white media trying to conjure magic. They just say something and they think you'll fall for it because they said it. Now, a key part of getting these tethers out of the paint is going to be for black people of conscience to get in there. I'm not saying that you should aim to go straight for Congress or a governorship. White power chooses who gets those. And the money for those offices is arbitrarily given to their flunkies. But what I am saying is you start somewhere. There's plenty of offices in your hometown that can be seized for a few $1,000s. from the school board to your clerk of court to your city council to your city or county judge, depending on the size of the city you live in. Remember that brother who became mayor of New Bern, Alabama, and overthrew white supremacist misrule there? He was one guy, and he didn't have millions of dollars to run, nor did he need it. As it turned out, the main reason he was successful was because he was the only one who actually tried. On average, a successful election campaign has to begin 2 years before the election. That's when you start laying the groundwork. That's when you start the steady drumbeat of running for office. And by begin, that means everything from finding out how many votes you need and where you're going to get them from, to getting your endorsements lined up and figuring out the cost to run a campaign. So if you've been thinking about running for something today, then 2028 is most likely the year that you should be aiming to run. What we need are Black people in office who will duplicate what brothers like Maynard Jackson and other Black mayors did. Make sure foundational Black Americans get our city contracts and jobs so that the tax revenue that we contribute comes back to our communities and sustains our economy instead of always being stolen and handed out to everyone else. Many of these interlopers don't even live in the city whose Black tax dollars are supporting them. Black people in the right spots can write rules that mandate that we actually win, and they're in a position to punish those who harm us. We've had white racist trash like DeSantis and that Clavern of his breaking the law, blatantly violating the Constitution in order to manufacture wins for themselves. Well, it's time for some Black people to plant their flag where they live and to start to institute justice. This is how you force your interest into the process. Nobody's going to invite them in willingly and kindly. They're going to fight you. And what that means is you fight back. You need one or two bold voices out there who will actually say the words like reparations and an anti-Black hate crime law, things that terrify the white majority. And the same way you've had these white supremacists trying to normalize their hate speech, we can once again normalize justice speech. In the 50s and 60s, Black was a regular part of the political discourse because Black people forced it into the political discourse. The reason that Black became a forbidden term was because after the civil rights movement, both political parties decided that they would eliminate it from ever being said. And instead, they'd use other terms like minorities, which of course includes white women and gay or disabled white men, or any white person who isn't a Christian. And then afterwards, it became people of color. And then they eliminated any reference to humans at all, and they began using terms like inner city. All of this was meant to make it where they could turn around and say, we can't say Black, that's divisive. And what about these other groups? And of course, we're going to do things for Black people. We have some minority programs for people like Marco Rubio, and we're committed to opportunities for people of color like Kamala Harris and Wes Moore. And these people spit in our faces every chance they get. And in the chance of the Marco Rubios of the world, they just deny that anti-Black racism even exists. Disciplining the Black vote and making sure that we never hand our votes to people who hate us, that has always only been the first step. The second step has been to get Black folks into those offices. The time to extract political promises and pledges from a candidate is not after they've won the election or even while they're running for election. The time to get those promises and pledges from them is before they start running. So you know from the very jump that these guys are already on the program, they're on the team, they know where it's at and what it's got to be. The best way to do that is to have people who you selected. You don't let the Democrats or the Republicans put their pre-selected slate of flunkies in front of you and you try to choose whichever one you think stinks the least. No, we're not going to be choosing the lesser of two evils anymore. As Kwame Ture said, virtuous people choose good. They don't choose evil, period. And the same way the delineation has been forced into the political discourse, we'll also be having people who will force our interests into that discourse as well. That is where the Black grassroots must go next. That way, not only do the Wes Moores of this world know that Black people won't be tricked into voting for his ilk, the next time you see him, he won't be marching across any bridges. Instead, he'll be marching out of office. Good day and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Mark Anderson, Jimmy Whitfield, Miss Debbie, Deshaun Boatwright, and Asfeo Dingaswayo. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
That's right, Professor. That's right. Black empowerment only.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. So, what are your thoughts on Westmore, Shabaka?
Okay, tether, coon, sellout, ass scratcher. You know what I'm saying? He don't give a shit about black people. You know what I'm saying? He's on puppet strings, just like the rest of these no good ass black politicians. And they're probably gonna step over him. You know what I mean? And another Tim Scott and what have you. I mean, he's not even making any corrections as the governor of Maryland. You see what I'm saying? And what I mean by that is, look at the Freddie Gray case that happened right there in Maryland.
Yeah.
And various other things. You know, there's this trend that is just going across the country, rather if it's Maryland, California, Colorado, Minnesota. They hate us because they cannot beat us, so they try to eliminate us. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Simply because of who and what we are. You see? And it's downright diabolical, man. You know what I mean? And I just don't know what to say, man. You know, I don't know what to say for the generations after me, man. Y'all gonna have to control, your economical resources. You know what I'm saying? And then, of course, too, with this crazy ass man that you got right up here, that's got the
don't start the fear mongering, Shabaka. We had one crazy man before him. We had that's nothing new. These mothers are all crazy still. So no, don't pay nothing new. When you're talking about you got this crazy man and all this, but we had a crazy man before him, and a crazy man before him, and a crazy man before that. So we're not going to about, you gotta get this dump out and just go out and vote.
No, man. We got to control our own economical resources, man. That's what it boils down to, is because, as we had stated before, when they came out there with that affirmative action shit, the main benefactors of that was white women. As soon as we're talking about doing our own
action, Dr. Claude Anderson taught us that affirmative action is supposed to be corrective action for Jim Crow. That's what affirmative action was supposed to be. It wouldn't change the language, put minority in there, and then all these other groups were able to benefit from it. That's what ended up happening. It was supposed to be for black people, specifically free.
Yeah, exactly. And as you state so eloquently, so we need something specifically for us, okay? Just like the bullshit that I go
for our lineage, something specifically for our lineage, not for our race, for our lineage.
And then
for that. Go ahead, Shabaka.
And then the cold part about it is that these OTBs who is no part of the black experience, you know what I'm saying? And we don't care how many prostitutes they go and purchase and what have you, but they sit up here and tell us what the fuck we need to do when they should be telling themselves what the fuck to do and stay up out of our business.
Shabaka, we literally have black people that are not of our lineage that try to do the exact same thing.
Well, the main thing that I'm speaking of, Brother Che, what was that last night, man, with that lady down there in Texas, a Colombian man, and called us all kind of foul crap, man, and things of that nature. That's what I'm talking about. You see what I mean? That's what I'm talking about. Because ain't no because ain't no pink person gonna.
This tethers look like,
but get to the
like me and you, but they still do that same shit. So they have to be dealt with. That can't be ignored. That has to be mentioned.
Okay, well, I just call them dishonorary white people. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Yeah, dishonorary white people. You know, it's the mindset, that is all fucked up, and I see we got Michael in the building. White women benefited from affirmative action so that they could be equal to white men and uphold white supremacy. That is a fact, Michael. You know what I'm saying? And if you want to come on up, Michael, please join us if you can. Yep. And so as we had stated, that we have got to become self-sufficient. You see what I'm saying? Again and again and again. Now, for all these tether ass motherfuckers out here, figuring that they're gonna ride our coattails here in the U.S., what you fools need to do is go deal with your goddamn neo-colonialists and colonialists. You see what I'm saying? Because you motherfuckers are a huge detriment to our progress here in the U.S. of A.
Right. I agree, Shabaki. We on the one accord on that. So yeah, as far as the more hell with him, family in Maryland, y'all need to vote that out. He cannot win re-election in November, and he damn sure cannot win presidency in 2028.
Right. Just say it's not going to happen, man. It's wishful thinking. Oh, we got somebody coming up to join us.
Yeah, hi Sabaka. Hey Jesse.
Oh, is that Michael?
Yeah. Yeah, probably not gonna be on too long because I got to work next day. Anyway, so I read a report about the Maryland's State Assembly on Reparations Commission.
Pull that article up as a matter.
Yeah, and I found out. So I saw the details, and I really thought that the commission was really going to move forward with the recommendations going into next year.
Mm-hmm.
And I think
like they pushed it back another year.
Yeah, another year, not until like 2027. Whoever wins the gubernatorial race in Maryland.
They pushed it all the way back to 2028.
Yeah, sorry, 2028. My fault. And so unfortunately, they want to have a change in membership. That's what really shocked me was they want to have someone who is African American as opposed to someone who's from the lineage.
Yeah, see, that's a red flag right there.
Yeah, it's a red flag. Yeah. Other than that, before the change of membership, and other than that, the recommendations look pretty decent. The only thing they had to do was really update the language to say enslaved persons in the state of Maryland, as opposed to saying like enslaved Africans in the state of Maryland. And I was really hoping or looking forward that they're going to use the lineage, using the lineage, which is freedmen.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, also too, Michael, and Brother Che already knows is here. Maryland is where Frederick Douglass escaped slavery from, because what had happened was the rape and slave trading pedophile had hit him with a whoop, and he went on there and whooped his ass. And then, of course, you know the rest of the story where he had to get out of Dodge. And I'm always going to use the term the rape and slave trading pedophile. And if don't nobody out there in internet land or whatever, bring your ass up here on this platform and let's argue. Fuck that shit. Because as you know, Michael, rape is an act that is wrong within itself. Okay, you have acts that are against statute, right? Then you have acts that are wrong within themselves. Like you had a statute of the fugitive slave law. Like if me and Che was there down there in South Carolina, and we decide, you know, to leave it, to go to California just to find some gold. You see what I'm saying? Then we were brought back, you see what I'm saying, to the slave masters, because we were not viewed as human. We was viewed as property. And Brother Che knows, I don't know if you ever heard me make this statement here, is that you could take your slave, you could lease your slave, you could borrow against your slave, you know, and have him as collateral on a loan. You see what I'm saying? And then under the Fugitive Slave Act, you know, like what Sister Harriet Tubman used to do. Brother Che, wasn't Sister Harriet? No, wait a minute. Sister Harriet died in 1913. Okay. So therefore, even if we went up there to the north, we could still be taken back. That's where you get the Dred Scott case decision from, which is complicated. And Roger, the Chief Justice at that time, says Black people were never intended or could never, ever be citizens here. They are property. Now, how much did that contribute to? Yeah. Now, you understand the gross national product, don't you, Michael?
I do, yes. Very familiar, yes. They always need
so what it means is
Right.
No.
Go ahead. Go ahead,
The gross
Sagaka. Go ahead.
Okay, the gross national product is the total amount of goods and services that was spent for over a period of time, is generally a year. You see,
Right.
so to the Civil War ending with Lincoln, still the slaves' labor contributed to the gross national product of the whole United States. You see, so this is why when these ignorant ass, troll ass bastards want to come up here and say, well, that was the long ago, I need reparation. That money, man, was the basis that got parlayed more often to other inventions, stealing our patents, you say,
Yep.
and it kept building up again and again and again and again and again. And this is why when Jesse says, well, what's the amount now? And I just say, give us every damn dime in the Federal Reserve Bank. You see what I mean? Just
I
say,
definitely understand.
yeah.
Yeah,
And
what you
then
mean,
the
yeah.
other states, the northern states benefited off of this shit here as well, too, is because
Yep.
those taxes was paid for federal projects in northern states. One of them was the goddamn Union Pacific Railroad.
Yep.
Say, you see what I mean? Because they wanted to bum rush that gold away from California to the central banks, DC, New York, what have you. Yeah, Wall Street, man. They used to sell slaves on Wall Street.
Yeah.
Yeah, by that damn stock exchange. Am I right about that?
Right.
That's how.
Yeah. And so it's really, right. And so it's really about like it's really with the slavehold, it's really about using the black slaves as insurance, like you said, collateral, and also insurance policy.
Yes, exactly. See that part right there. So therefore, the insurance companies like who was the oldest one right there? Hartford Insurance and what have you. Aetna, I believe, them motherfuckers got to come up out of their pockets too.
Yep.
Yep.
Like AIG, all that shit.
Yep.
Yeah, all that shit. It was about 7 or 8 of them, man, that insured the slave ships. You see what I'm saying? They insured the cargo on the slave ships. You see what I mean? But
I see what
you know,
I
we're
definitely
supposed to-
understand.
yeah.
For sure. Yeah, and that's why, and it's interesting, Sabaka. No wonder why, and Sabaka and Jesse, no wonder why so many, American businesses are so dependent on freedmen spending. Why? Because they know freedmen, make those businesses wealthy and rich, right? And it's just
Exactly.
like what Philip Scott
That
said.
is a fact.
I remember what Philip Scott said not too long ago, maybe like I think maybe a year ago, when Philip Scott said that every time when American freedmen try to like relocate somewhere else, whether it's like somewhere in the United States or outside the United States of America, who always follows freedmen is Muzungus, white people. It's like when I hear that, right? I think of white people like white people like magnetic energy, you know what I mean? That's trying to cling or stick. Like they can never like go.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
crazy. And
A parasite needs a
right.
host. A parasite needs a host.
Right, exactly. And it's like American freedmen is
There you
trying
go.
to like swap the flies, right? And the flies are the Muzungus, and the Muzungus just can't. I don't know, some reason they can't like let go. And it's interesting when Phil Scott mentioned it in the conversation that that white people, have a, interesting relationship with freedmen. A dislike. I'm sorry, love and a not so great relationship with freedmen.
Yeah. It's a symbiotic relationship.
Right. Right. And
Yeah,
what's even worse
exactly.
is
You see what
right.
I'm saying?
Right. And it's even worse for like the
And
Karens. Oh
then,
my God.
and-
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
but let me get back to this first
Yeah,
topic.
Article. Yeah.
Off on a tangent.
Sorry.
So if you're gonna run for office, like you said, you want to plan it out like 2 years
2028.
in advance. So in
Yeah.
my experience, I ran for office 3
yeah,
times.
exactly.
Hold on, Shabaki. I ran for office 3 times so far. First time was city council at large. I started that run back in 2017,
2017.
but I didn't officially file until 2018, and the election was in 2019. Then I ran for mayor, and I started that campaign back in 2021. I started laying the groundwork for that back in 2021 during the pandemic. And then I filed to run exactly a year before the election. So April of 2022. It was in April of 2023.
Right.
Fortunately, I didn't win. I didn't even get on the ballot. You know, we did whole shows on that, so I'm not going to belabor that. When I ran for city council, not city council, state house, I started that run right after the mayoral campaign. So back in 2023, and that election was in fall of 2024. So usually,
Right.
You want to start laying the groundwork, like you said, like 2 years before the election.
Mhm.
You want to file like a year or two before the election, depending on what your state or city municipal codes and laws are. Here in September, you get like a 2-year period between the election and when you file. So like if I was to run for city council, like I'm planning on city council, that election is going to be in 2027. So April of 2027. So I have like a month or so
to prepare.
Year.
Right.
And yeah.
So in other words, it's like in total, it's like you need to prepare at least like 6 years in advance.
Well, not 6 years.
I mean for like reparations, like at the state
I'll say
level.
about 4, Michael.
4 years?
3 to 4. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
4 years. And then also too, and then hopefully put some fucking idiots up there of who you could bulldoze over, hopefully, but to quote Brother Che, in a perfect world. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
And then and just in his face. And if I could vote for him, you see what I mean? I would, but I'm not president of Colorado. You see what I'm saying?
So I ran into somebody that's running for the seat that I'm thinking about running for earlier. I had never heard of this person until they showed up at this meeting.
Right. Yeah, it was in the article, Sabaka and Jesse. So yes, so unfortunately, the Maryland State Assembly is pretty much repeating what California's been doing in the last couple years. And I was really hoping, initially I had
the Stalin tactic.
Right, exactly. Yes, because Westmore, I know Westmore want to see a delay in the reparations commission again for 2028 because he's thinking like what he said like you guys said earlier about running for president 2028 as a way to delay substance for American Marylanders of chattel slavery and also he's trying to cater to white voters. Yeah.
Yeah, he's trying to pull a Sabaka,
right.
Sabaka, it's hard to hear. Yeah.
Yes, and so.
Okay, what about now?
Okay,
okay. Perfect. We can hear you perfectly well. That's perfectly well, Sabaka.
Okay.
Yeah, and
because I'm on the Bluetooth.
Bluetooth. Right. And so, anyways, yeah.
Okay, because I do a million. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, sir. Yeah. So, anyways, so initially, like what I mentioned to you and Jesse, said initially the Maryland's recommendation of reparations is $100,000 for each descendants of chattel slavery, in cash payments for each like individuals who could prove their lineage and identify their roots, going back to I think the 1870.
My family can.
Right.
Then that means you're of the lineage, Sabaka. So if your family can prove, then that means you're FBA. That means you're of the lineage.
Right. And then because Maryland's Eastern Sword definitely had mobs who destroyed black towns in that city. especially like Ocean City. Trying to remember. It's been a while I've been to Ocean City, but I just know that yes, the destruction of Black Wall Street definitely happened on Maryland's eastern shore, for sure, no doubt.
We got Kahari in the building. Salute, Kahari. We're just finishing up with Tether Westmore, who called himself.
Now, you said Ocean Shores. Oh, you talking
Eastern
about in
Shore of
Maryland?
Maryland.
Ocean Shores, Maryland?
Yeah, it's right. Let's pass.
No, but I'm okay. Is
Sorry.
that where?
You're breaking up, Shabaka. I don't know.
Yeah,
what's
I can
going
hear you.
Okay, is that there where interstate? Okay, wait a minute. Okay,
Yeah.
what about now?
Yeah, perfect. We can hear. Yeah, that's like between. That's about going towards the Delaware state line.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and
Interstate
passing
80 or
Baltimore.
is that interstate? That's
No.
interstate. Wait, whoa, hold on, Michael. That is interstate 80, right? Interstate 80, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, if I remember correctly. Yeah, it's
80, but it's not really 80. It's like a
okay.
like state highway. It's like when you get past 95.
right passing yes, 95. Yeah, it's right before.
Okay, so when it's interstate,
go ahead.
Okay, the reason why I'm saying that because being on travel to Interstate 80, you know, out here in the wild west, you know, up there in the Bay Area. When you get on Interstate 80, that is San Francisco Oakland Bay Bridge, right? And when you come up off that bridge, it says Ocean City's Maryland, 3,100 million miles.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is about a 3-day trip.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
From my house. Yeah. From my house.
It goes through
to
the sky. It goes through toll roads.
Yeah, it goes through all of that, Shabaka, but it ends up in Ocean City, Maryland. That's what he was just saying. So, like,
right
when you get to DC, when you get around to DC and Frederick, 80 hits 95. It doesn't. That's 95.
Yep. And that's basically outside of DC.
Okay.
On the bounds of DC.
And just like Interstate 10 Interstate 10 on the southern route will take you all the way from Los Angeles to Jacksonville, Florida.
Oh, real interesting. Wow. And that's like what? 18-hour commute, right?
That's 70.
Man,
70.
travel about 3 days, bro.
3 days.
80.
About 3 days.
80 ends up in Pennsylvania.
Yep.
And
it's just right.
Okay.
Yep. And it's just right. It's just passing Baltimore.
Yep. Correct.
Right. Okay. Well, basically, what we're getting at, though, gentlemen, is that these highways are transcontinental highways.
Shabaka.
Mm-hmm.
80 will take you to New York. It don't take you. So that sign is wrong. 80 will take you into New York. 70 will take you into Ocean City.
Ocean City. Yep. 70. Thank you. Yeah, I can't remember. It's been a while I've been to Ocean City.
Yes. 70.
Yeah. It's right.
So wait a minute, brother. Okay, but the point is that we're getting at, though, is that they got transcontinental highways that'll get you from the East Coast to the West Coast, vice versa.
Yes.
Right. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
Go ahead. Yep.
Yeah.
And so, anyways, so on I-70 is the I'm trying to remember the name. I think it's called the Chesapeake. It's called the Chesapeake Bridge.
Chesapeake Bridge. Yep.
Yep. It's very long.
Is that the same one that got knocked down?
No, that was the Francis Key Bridge.
Right.
Oh yeah, Francis Scott the Flea.
Right. Yep. And so anyway, that was the report that was discussed in the recommendations to put reparations forward in Maryland, and that really shocked me.
Okay.
it happened on the Eastern Shore. I knew it happened in like, statewide Maryland, but I was really surprised it happened on Eastern Shore. So I really learned something new in the report. And it said that the white mobs attacked the black residents for no reasons, but also because of their
they did.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
because
just because of who and what we are, Mike.
Yep. True.
Okay.
Yeah,
Just like
exactly.
when Black Johnson beat the shit out of James J. Jeffries on July 4th, 1910. They did the same shit all across the nation.
Right. Yep.
All right,
And
so
yeah.
Coast City.
Mhm.
Let's see what this is.
Yep. And so Maryland had also had an eminent domain as well to crowd out black residents.
Yeah,
Yep.
same damn thing with California. When you on that Santa Monica Freeway, which was Interstate 10. You see?
Yep.
Because Eisenhower, the president, let me see, when did they start this shit about? I think 1956, bro. Check.
Yeah,
Well, he
56.
signed the Federal Interstate Highway Act.
Yeah, that was
yeah.
6. Yeah.
Yeah, and I told you when I was a little kid, when they was building it, man, I used to think that the earth moving machines were monsters, the heavy duty earth moving machines. I thought I was like 2 or 3 years old, man. And I thought they were monsters,
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so anyway,
And
yeah.
also
So
too. No, I'm sorry, Michael. Go ahead.
Oh no,
Let
it's
me
okay. I
go
didn't
on
want to
mute, man.
interrupt.
Please finish your
Oh
comment.
no. Oh yeah. And so, anyways, yeah. So if the Maryland's commission, and it's going to be unfortunate. It's very unfortunate that they want to recruit more members, but they're not making the membership more lineage focused. From what I read, they're trying to focus and make it more like racially focused, make it more racialized, as opposed to like a lineage based membership. Because having like several like African Americans from the historical museums, libraries, and other like entities, I just think that the reparations commission of Maryland is going to get diluted or move from lineage base to broad base.
Right.
Yeah, and
Well, see, that's the same shit that they did in California,
right.
Michael. That's the same shit that gruesome did in California.
That's why he's bringing it up, Shabaki.
Yeah.
It's the same damn playbook.
Yep. Yeah, I brought it up because I know it's going to help Yusabak and help Jesse, especially especially in Jesse's state in Colorado with the racial equity study.
Arguing with them, trying to get the language right, because they keep trying to put the damn African American shit. That shit needs to die with Jesse Jackson. This is just ridiculous. Like
It is. I agree, 100%. Yeah, because because you and Sabako are right that more FBAs are focusing on lineage, not race, anymore, and especially a new day in 2026 and in the 21st century.
No, hold on, Michael.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Hold on, Michael.
Sorry, I jumped too quick. Sorry.
Nabiscos cannot. No, you didn't jump too quick. You just stated, what you said. Nabiscos can't get no part of it. See, that's what they're going to try to do. Because, see, you're going to have these Nabisco lovers like Saul.
That's why we can't. Okay, so that's true, Shabaka. Nabiscos are going to try to get a part of it. That's why we're trying to be very specific about the language. We're not going off of race, we're going off lineage. Now, if they're married to a Nabisco, then yeah, I guess the Nabisco going to get some of it because that's what they're married to.
Right.
Some of our people is not married to Nabiscos.
Well, see, that's the good part about it. Okay. Now, however, now we're dealing with a paradox here, Brother Chad, and as we all know, a paradox that is true, right? This is why I always keep saying, look at this we call Band of Angels, Yvonne DiCarlo. I tried to pull it up, Chad. You know, Pew 2 man wants you to pay for that shit, that lousy bastard.
I told you that. All those movies from like the 1950s, 60s, and 70s that make you pay for now.
Yeah, I ain't giving them shit,
Okay, so what we gonna? You're gonna say something about the auction block? They would have qualified for the auction block. Just because you qualify for the auction block don't mean that you're eligible for the reparations claim. That's what we're saying. We're saying you got to be able to prove that your lineage is here in the United States, not anywhere else, right here. That's the only way you're going to be able to get access to it. That's why we got to be very
intentional.
Be intentional and very specific.
Right. And unfortunately, Maryland.
Well, basically, it's an issue that is chess, not checkers. You see?
Mm-hmm.
It's an issue, like Jesse said, got to be very specific, because when you play chess, you're very specific on your moves. To whereas with checkers, you could randomly do shit like that. You know, basically checkers, man, requires very, very little strategy. To whereas chess is all strategy.
Strategies, yep. It's all like different movements, patterns, and sometimes opponents don't really give cues on how they're going to win the battle. And I see that with, like, especially who does a very better job of playing chess. I know it probably might surprise you, is the Democrats. Democrats do a good job of playing chess. Republicans do a good job of playing checkers.
I don't know. I disagree.
Yeah, there you go.
A good job of playing chess, and the Republicans do a good job of playing. Playing checkers. The Republicans do a good job of playing chess.
Yeah.
Okay, now let me make sure I understand.
Early planning.
Democrats. Democrats are the chess players, and the Repubs are the checker players.
Yep, basically. Yep.
Okay. All right. Okay.
It's the reverse. It's the Democrats are good checker players.
Checkers players. Okay. Checkers.
Right.
The Republicans are good chess players.
Chess players.
Right.
Plan for the long term. The Democrats don't plan for the long term. They play more short-term minded.
Mm-hmm. Right. But sometimes, but sometimes Democrats can play chess in a given situation, and I've seen this
playing checkers.
Right. I mean, like chess. I meant to say, like, sometimes Democrats do play chess, especially
like conservative Democrats.
Right, conservative Democrats. Right. Conservative Democrats, moderate Democrats. Yeah, I should have been clear on the different factions of the Democratic Party. Yeah. So I would say the centrist and conservative Democrats definitely do an effective job of playing chess with, conservative Republicans. The only difference is that the conservative and moderate Democrats tend to be more sneaking on playing chess. Compared with Republicans. Compared to Republicans, we know Republicans do a good job playing chess. No doubt that.
Yeah, because look, the Democrats will keep playing the same moves. If they're trying to use Tether Westmore as another old Sam, they haven't learned anything. They haven't learned nothing from 2024. They haven't learned nothing from 2020, and they ain't learned nothing from 2016.
Yep.
Exactly.
So it's really like It's really like in the last 10 years, the demon rats have really like screwed up like big time. The only exception was
2020 because everybody was on lockdown.
Yeah. The exception was 2020 when Democrats won slightly, especially like in the House and Senate, and that was basically temporary.
The dump put in all them federal judges.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it's playing chess, not checkers.
Exactly. And then just like what the dump is doing overseas, he's playing chess, not checkers.
Yep. For sure.
And
it's
like what the dump did in Venezuela. He was playing chess, not checkers.
Correct. Yep. And Donald Trump spent more than more than $1 trillion combined on Venezuela and Iran.
This war in Iran is costing $1 billion
a day, right?
A day. So if that damn thing goes over, what is it, Brother Che? $1 billion a day. Wait a minute. So if it goes 100 days, man, then you're in the trillions.
Yep, trillions of dollars, basically. Yep.
Yeah, and by the way, Donald Trump, one of your sons gonna go down there and join the military. You know what I mean? With your lying deferred ass.
Right. And unfortunately, and I read a report. Not too many people want to join the military these days, and I know it's going to disappoint Donovan Sadiq because Donovan Sadiq's like, brothers and sisters, I know you guys have issues with the military. Yes, there's anti-black racism in the military, but at least in the military, you guys get earned benefits, like for like VA, what's it, VA home loans,
Giving up
GI.
the process, you losing. If you're able to survive that shit,
Right,
you,
right.
Mental is all fucked up. You got PTSD. If you got away scot free, you're blessed. If not, you got a missing limb, something missing,
Mm-hmm.
something damaged. Like it's a lot to deal with.
It is.
I hear what he's saying, but it's just like, who's really down to do that in this era?
Right, exactly. And I know like Donovan was like going hard for it because after he voted for Donald Trump, and I tried to inform Donovan, I said, Donovan, it's because young people, when they saw like brothers and sisters being like deployed overseas, especially in Iraq, Afghanistan, they saw the toll it took on them. And it's almost like getting a concussion, from playing football or CTE, like long term.
Yeah.
Or from boxing.
Right, boxing, exactly. Because I know like Donovan is trying to like, I guess from his point of view, it's like brothers and sisters. Yeah, I know the military has issues with race, but brothers and sisters, don't you want economic security? Blah blah blah, right? And I pip it to Donovan. I said, Donovan, if we really want brothers and sisters to get, affordable housing, affordable higher education and vocational training, why not just make it affordable at home? So that way they don't have to join the military. Because when you join the military, there are strings attached.
I said they need to put them goddamn illegals on the
Right.
on the battlefield. Y'all want to be citizens?
But that's just it, though, Brother Che. What will happen is if they put the illegals on the battlefield, do you know what would happen?
What would happen?
The motherfuckers will automatically become citizens, is because they will be an exemption to the immigration rule because they went and fought for the country or served the country, as they're called.
Citizenship.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. If they want citizenship, then that's what they should have to do.
Like join the military, basically.
That's on the fucking front line. We've been on the front line of every single war this country's ever had.
Yeah. Right.
And
even like
some.
And even like Donovan himself has experienced, PTSD like over time. And that's why it's like so many people on the music case said, nah, Donovan, we're good in the military. Thank you, but no thank you.
Right.
And I'm pretty sure kind of like makes him like, I guess, disappointed. Because I mean the health he's in right now. I mean, yeah, he may look fine on the outside, but internally, I'm sure he's suffering, a lot. And even to take care of vets after overseas combat, especially the wars in Afghanistan, Iraq, it costs the U.S. government, I think, more than like what?
That
$20
war
trillion.
cost $20 trillion, right?
Right. Like, and not to mention, like, sometimes veterans might not be eligible for a 100%
$1 trillion a
benefits.
year. That war lasted 20 years.
Yep, 20 years.
Yeah, that was America's longest war.
Yep, in U.S. history. And then, and then it costs so much, and not to mention, like, it's not guaranteed that veterans are going to get 100% disability benefits because they had to show so much paperwork. They had to visit, they had to get examined by doctors, and there's just a lot of bureaucracy behind it. And I can understand why veterans get frustrated with the benefits. Benefits educators
it's just
in
not
the VA.
Yeah, particularly the ones who were in the Vietnam conflict.
Yep.
Well, if they're still alive, Shabaka, I mean, the majority of them, they're transitioning. What Michael's talking about is those that served in Desert Storm, those that served in Iraq and Afghanistan. They're still alive, and they're not even getting them benefits like that.
Right. And then they had to pay like out of pocket to hire a lawyer to overturn the abdication.
Right.
That the VA made a mistake. Yeah, and it's funny because I used to work at the military hospital. One vet told me or asked me, "Hey, have you thought about joining the military? You can get free education, free vocational training, or VA home loan." And I said, "Let me think about it," because I knew the terms very well. Like I knew the terms very well because there are strings attached to it, and it's not guaranteed that I'll get free education by joining the military, or if I get discharged, I would have to pay back the VA in like unearned benefits.
Yep. There's no guarantee.
Yeah.
So moving along, because we've been on this topic for too long.
Yeah, sorry to go over time, Jesse. Sorry.
Got a gang of topics to get through, so I'm gonna try to get through them as quick as possible. So the next one is, has the Hispanic vote made Black voters irrelevant? So Professor Black Truth's gonna give us an update on that.
Oh, Jesse, gotta head out. I gotta.
Okay, thank you for joining us, Michael.
Yeah, thank you so
Family
much. Yeah, thank you so much, Sabaka.
All right. Okay, Michael. It's always a pleasure.
Always a pleasure. Yep.
Okay, have a good night, Michael.
All right, you too. Good night.
Fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. With this year's looming midterm election season, we're going to be subjected to an orgy of propaganda telling you and me that Black voters don't matter, or at the very least, our demands don't. Expect that to be a running theme of the white media's coverage of various races, as they've been doing in Texas. They're setting the tone for what's going to be happening later this year. Joe Biden told us that we needed to make deals with other groups in this country, particularly with Hispanics. But my question is, did the Democrats ever tell Hispanics or any of these other groups that they need to be making deals with us, that they need to be coming to us for anything? They, of course, don't, because this is white power doing what it's always done, and that is to use buffer groups and barriers as a means to insulate itself against Black people, because we're the only ones putting pressure on them. What's happened with the Black grassroots has outlasted other things like the BLM protests. What they see is the Black grassroots putting pressure on these white politicians, pointing the finger at them and putting them on the spot. They see that we're no longer going for the con game of letting these bought and paid for sellouts be our representatives. We're not letting them run that game where some bootlick from the DNC claims that they're going to go to the government and say what it is that we think, and we just need to wait until they bring about some changes. But in the meanwhile, America's the greatest country on earth, and Black folks, well, we got it hard, but it's better than it's been in the past. We ain't going for that. And we're not listening to these pork chop preachers or these other political prostitutes that have been on the payroll of white power either. We're ignoring the buffers and the barriers. That's what they're seeing. We're not going for the okie doke. And while it's true that these other groups aren't the ones running white supremacy necessarily, it's also true that they've chosen to be active supporters of it, to be adjacent to it. The things that they claim to stand for and the things they claim to stand against are usually nothing more than socio-political theater. It's them performing for the dominant society and letting them know, hey, see, look at us. We're waving the flag for your interest harder than you do, so please accept us. Well, that being the case, why would we allow a wrinkled up racist like Joe Biden to tell us who we ought to be talking to about our demands, as if somehow we got it wrong? What he was saying was, you got to let up on me. You're pressuring me too much. You back me into a corner. You need to go talk to somebody else. You're putting too much heat on me. You see, family, when our focus changed, so did the political discourse. And don't let anyone tell you that they can't do anything big for us right now because, oh, they're scared that they're not going to get Congress back. There's always some reason, some excuse. It's always a major election that's either going on this year or they're preparing for it the next year. That's the treadmill they've had us on. Don't let anybody tell you, oh, well, these guys, you can't be making any big asks right now because the situation is just too sensitive. Democrats have carried out a government shutdown, the second in the last few months. And why have they done it? Because 2 white people got killed. They gave the Black victims of police and white supremacist violence a moment of silence and nothing more. They just went back to business as usual. But 2 white people get killed. Well, in that case, then something has to be done. They want to make it clear that for white people who get killed, the world, or at least the U.S. government, must come to a complete stop, because that's important. White lives, and only white lives, matter. Keep in mind, you've even got the left-leaning part of the white media admitting that this current government shutdown, I mean partial government shutdown, is because the Democrats are deliberately holding up the funding of the Department of Homeland Security until they can extract some concessions about how ICE operates. That's what they're doing. Playing with people's paychecks, playing with sensitive and important governmental functions. You've even got the airports that are all backed up because of it. This is what the Democrats are doing, and they're fearless about it. Oh, yeah, we're supposed to believe that the Democrats are chewing their fingernails off, wondering if they're going to be able to get back control of Congress. They're not worried at all. This current government shutdown proves it. They're doing this during an election year. And they know that this is going to cost them votes, and yet they don't seem to be worried about that at all. Same way that the Republicans were not worried about voting to have gay marriage be legalized. Republicans supported that in 2020 when you had Donald Trump running for re-election, and yet that didn't seem to bother the Republicans at all. You see, the contempt for Black life isn't some coincidence. It's the entire point. This is them establishing what's important and what's not. There's been an aggressive effort going on for the longest time to convince Black people that our vote doesn't matter, or it doesn't matter so much that we ought to be ignored. Oh, well, look at this group over here. This group, they've got all this rising political clout. You see, it's their opinions that matter. We got to go ahead and produce for them. We can't be bothered about Black folks and their demands. There's much more important things and more important groups that we need to be paying attention to. But the reality is they're actually trying to convince you to become apathetic. They're trying to find a way to coerce or otherwise trick you into going back to sitting on your hands while they run roughshod over you. This is about demoralizing this newly resurgent Black empowerment movement. Black people in general and foundational Black Americans in specific have no idea how truly powerful that we are. But the enemy understands the basics of these principles. There's a number of social scientists and would-be pundits out there who people have been looking to as experts on the issues of the day. Some people reference folks like Scott Galloway. Galloway is, in my opinion, extremely overrated. I'm using that in lieu of another term that would be more direct and more accurate. I've listened to his pearls of wisdom, and it seems to me that the man's a professional BS artist. His background is in marketing. That's what he's a professor of, by the way. That's what he's actually qualified to speak about. He should limit his analyses on society to macroeconomics and disruptions to the supply chain, things he's actually qualified to speak about. And yet, for some reason, the white media and a bunch of podcasters will have him on to speak on things that he clearly has no qualifications to speak on. I guess that's because he says the right things, or he makes sure not to say the wrong ones. He certainly doesn't say anything that's going to give Wall Street any heartburn. I don't listen to him. In fact, I don't put much stock in what most of these so-called experts say. Hell, if these people actually had anything actually worthwhile to say, they would have people from the white media and the dominant society attacking them morning, noon, and night, or just refusing to put them on altogether. Okay, so what do overrated experts sanctioned by the white media have to do with anything? Ever since the beginning of the Iran war, certain white podcasters and the algorithm have been really pushing this one guy in particular, Professor Jiang Hui Chen. I'm not here to endorse him. From what I've seen, this man's degree is in English literature. I would have expected that he had a degree in political science or geopolitics or global economics, international relations, things like that. I'm not saying that not having a degree specifically in a field that you're speaking on means that you shouldn't talk on it. People like the now infamous Noam Chomsky has a degree in linguistics, and yet he's spent 50 plus years speaking not on words and their associations, but instead speaking on geopolitics. I simply want to point out that this guy, Professor Jiang, a Chinese-Canadian professor who's getting so much attention right now, he said something that I've been telling you for nearly 20 years.
The real power, the real currency in the world is not money. It is human consciousness, or basically attention. Okay? This is it, guys, okay? When you understand this idea, you understand everything. This war is being fought to control the consciousness of the human race, because it is our consciousness that creates reality itself. That's the source of all wealth and all power in this world. Okay? That's why this is happening. In other words, this is a war not just for Iran. This is a war not just for the Middle East. It is a war for the soul of humanity. This is what's happening, guys. All right? This is what World War III is. World War III is meant to be the last and final war of all human history. Because whoever wins this war will control the very soul of human existence for all eternity. Okay? That is the end game.
The real currency of this world is not money. It is human consciousness, or attention, as he put it. Because that is basically what creates reality. It's certainly what creates the ability for power to move and to actually change things. What people see as worthy for them to give their attention to. because those are the things that they actually get behind. Those are the things that they actually believe. For nearly 20 years, I've told you that it's your eyeballs and your ears that the enemy has been fighting to control. That's the real prize that they've all been fighting for and putting all this money out there and killing people for, trying to find a way to keep your attention and keep it focused on what they want you to think about. That's why the enemy puts so much time and money into pumping out propaganda and so-called entertainment that's nothing more than mass mind control. And it's your mind that they're trying to control. And you need to understand that. A lot of folks want to make this into a numbers game. Oh, well, Black folks, your numbers, don't you think that your numbers are in decline? Now, to be sure, numbers do matter. Only an idiot would say it doesn't matter if there's only one person out there against a million. But what's just as important as the numbers is whether or not those numbers are organized and focused. The white media is out here trying to conjure magic. They're trying to find a way to convince you out of whole cloth that there are these other groups, like, say, the Hispanics, who are going to be some sort of swing vote. That could never be the case. First of all, they think of themselves as honorary members of the oppressor class, and that being the case, they could never actually form a swing vote. They're going to go whole hog with one or the other. And the entire point of a swing vote is it could go either way. And if some group is going to be promoting itself as a swing vote, they have to be able to prove that they can consistently turn out and be able to swing an election in a particular direction. And it's not going to be based on, well, what somebody said this week, or how do you feel about your favorite entertainer? What did they say? We've seen Democrats try this before with other groups. When you had that guy Yang, who was claiming that it was Asians who made the big difference in the Senate elections in Georgia back in 2020. You know, the ones that got Raphael Warnock and that John Ossoff guy put into the Senate. But as always, it was the Black vote that actually made the difference, as was shown 4 years later when Black voters stayed home and Georgia flipped back red again, because it wasn't the Asian vote that was a swing vote. It was, as always, the Black vote. People can hide their heads in the sand, but on election day, they'll be screaming and fuming. But I show you the clip from this Jiang guy just to make the point that even at moments like this, you got people from these other groups, they understand how powerful it is when you have folks who are focused on something that's in their interest and they're not taking their eye off the ball. They understand that the attention that you give to things is what gives it power. And that's the reason why you got all of these other groups, all these other entities who are constantly trying to convince you that it doesn't matter what you say. It doesn't matter what you think. It doesn't matter what you're focused on. You don't have the ability to change anything. And yet these exact same people will be fuming, raging, and quaking in their boots when they see you actually dig in your heels and put your foot down about something. Do not ever let anyone convince you that your opinion or your ideas or your demands do not matter. Don't let anybody tell you that just because you care about something, well, nobody else does. You get enough Black folks who are on the same page, and it doesn't matter what anyone else cares about. Our focus has been the most powerful tool that we've had. Our problem is that we haven't used it consistently enough. And every time it looks like we're going to be making that standard operating procedure, there's always some bootlicks or some phony white allies who'll come out of the woodwork telling us why we can't, why it's a bad thing, or why we shouldn't be the ones doing it. Yeah, go ahead and put your faith in the congressional Black talkers. That's worked out great so far, hasn't it? Everyone understands how powerful it is when a group of people, even those who are oppressed, give themselves over to an idea that they focus on it, that they get everybody behind it. That's when things move. That's how delineation became a thing. People who were focused, wasn't sitting around taking an opinion poll or waiting to see if the NAACP or some other professional do-nothing organization will sanction it, wasn't waiting to see what Black celebrity is going to get out there and name drop it. It came from the soil. It came from the grassroots. It came from you. And the fact that you gave your attention to it, you focused your energy on it, that's what made it take off. That's what did it. And that's the purpose of this morning's briefing, to let you know that while all these other groups are trying to get you to believe that you don't have any power and that you shouldn't be focusing on things and whatever it is that you focus on, well, you're Black, so it doesn't matter anyway, because how much power could you possibly give to it? And yet, when they think you're not listening, what are they saying? The only true currency in this world, the only true power, is what a group of people choose to focus on, what they focus their consciousness towards, what they devote their attention to. Yeah, they'll tell you one thing, and then as soon as they're done with that, as soon as they think that you've fallen for the okie doke, they go behind closed doors and say the opposite. Because while it is true that the things that you give your attention to empowers these things and gives it strength, it's also true that, as we've shown with our election posture, the things that you choose not to give your attention to, the things that you starve for your attention, they tend to shrivel up and blow away. Now, that's something that this Jiang guy didn't say, but it's on the flip side of that little observation that he made, and it's what the black media has been telling you about for nearly 2 decades now. That's what the power is. The power happens to be in what you give your attention to. And anyone who calls themselves trying to tell you otherwise, that's someone you should give absolutely no attention to. Good day and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Isaac, Regina Nixon, Sean Allison, Michael Gilmore, and William Outlaw. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Well, he's got a point on that there, right there, Brother Che.
He does, Shabaka. So, good, nice try, Democrats. You're not going to replace the black vote with the Hispanic vote. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah.
The Hispanics are split right down the middle. They vote, half of them vote conservative, the other half vote Democrat. So no.
Exactly.
And stop telling us.
Exactly.
We just need to wait for another time to make
yeah.
No, them days are over.
Vote blue, no matter who. You know what I'm saying?
No more of that shit.
And what happened?
Y'all the reason why Trump is in office right now, because y'all kept telling us, oh, just wait until Kamala gets in. Just wait.
Yeah, exactly. And then when old Obama got up there with all that finger wagging and all that old bullshit.
Yeah. So yeah, we're not waiting up. So if y'all want our goddamn vote, you have to do something tangible for us.
The hell fucking yeah.
Otherwise, it's gonna be the couch.
What I'm saying? Hey, Kahari.
The couch is the one that won in 2024, and the couch win again in 2026, and the couch gonna win again in 2028. Y'all keep it up, and 2030 and 2030.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna be on the couch indefinitely.
We're not letting up on our tangibles, so y'all can think we're playing all you want. Y'all can keep losing elections. We don't give a damn.
Yeah, that's it. You know, because you motherfuckers ain't doing nothing for us. You never had our goddamn best interests at heart in the first fucking place. So it is an insult. Now, this is me personally speaking. It is an insult for me to go out here to waste my time with this bullshit, okay? I think I write in Franklin on the next write-in ballot, your Brother Che.
I'm going to write in reparations again, like I did in 2020.
Okay, wait, whoa. Hold on a second. Wait a minute. Yeah, you just made me think about something right there. Yeah, that's what the fuck I would write in on. Yeah, out here in Mississippi or the West. Yeah, if I'm still around. Yeah.
West 2024. But 2026, I'm going to write in reparations again. To hell with y'all. Ain't none of y'all must
and
get
again.
me.
Yeah, and again. You see? But the simple fact is, when we built your goddamn country, you see what I'm saying? You bitch-made motherfuckers want to come out here. Well, it was your own people that sold yourself into slavery, biggest goddamn lie ever told. You came with your whiskey. You came with your lie.
This is not their country. This is not their country. This was our country to begin with. They stole it from the black Aboriginal people that were already here. So no, we built. There was already a country already built. We just built upon what was already built already. They stole it from us, and then they turned around and told us that we didn't deserve nothing and that we should just be happy that quote unquote free. Yeah. Well, them days are over. More of us are waking up.
Yeah.
And shout out
then to give you more cannon fodder, look at Frog Face. Segregation yesterday, day, and segregation tomorrow. Look at Frog Face. You see what I mean? You know.
We really want to be real. They're illegal immigrants. And they've been
and then
illegal immigrants.
Well, the Native Americans, man, I've been seeing some videos they've been putting up. I'm not.
Americans is from Siberia, Shabaki. We've already shown them. So we don't give a damn with what they got to say, and they didn't have nothing to do with the building of this country either. So they can sit it somewhere.
Okay, all right.
And pay the reparations that they owe us, especially them 5 civilized tribes.
Starting with the Cherokees.
The Choctaw, the Muskogee Creek, the Seminole, and what's the 5th one? There's a 5th one I'm missing. It'll come to me. But yeah, them 5 civilized tribes, they owe reparations too. So they can
exactly. And then just like one cat gonna tell me, well, man, we need to integrate the races. For what? For what? You know what I'm saying? That's that imitation of life shit. You know what I'm saying?
Saying water down.
Yeah, the imitation of life shit, you know. Okay, so we got Kahari in the building.
I don't know if he's still in here, but he was here earlier. I think the shadow. Yeah.
Brother Che, does that surprise us, man? I hate to say, I came to the point, man, where that's standard operating procedure. You know,
Latinos, because we about to go in heavy on them.
Yeah,
Rats, you're not gonna be able to replace the black vote. We are the swing vote. We've always been the swing vote, and there's no change in that. You're not gonna be able to manufacture an alternative voter base. It's not happening. So stop that madness. So moving along, we got Latina explains why they didn't vote for Jasmine Crockett shit, even though she was pro-immigration. So Uncle Phil gonna give us an update on that. So she did all that pandering for Latino votes, Shabaki, and still lost.
Yeah, and they spit.
So there's a Latina that's come out of Texas that want to get into why a lot of Latinos did not vote for Jasmine Crockett, even though she has been pro-immigration. She has pandered to immigrants. She really has. She's not pandered to FBA. And I want you to hear what this woman has to say, even though she's been doing all her pandering all this time. And I want you black politicians to pay attention to this too. Let's go ahead and check this out.
Oh no. What do you mean? Jasmine not going to Congress for Texas? Oh, Crockett, a girl can only dream. Listen, Jasmine, what was that one quote that you said? Let me think. Oh yeah, we done picking cotton. You can't pay us enough to go find a plantation. Yeah, you remember that.
So I had to go around the country and educate people about what immigrants do for this country, or the fact that we are a country of immigrants.
Right.
The fact is, ain't none of y'all trying to go and farm right now.
Why? It's not a country of immigrants. They need to stop that.
Okay, so I'm lying. Raise your hands. You're not. We done picking cotton. We are. You can't pay us enough to find a plantation.
I remember that. How could I forget? See, 6.5 million Hispanic voters in Texas, which is like the majority of the electoral vote here in the state. And you mean to tell me that you think that we're still picking cotton? Hell no, girl. Hell no. That's why you lost. You're racist. I'm gonna tell you something real quick. If you would have pitched that in 2002, 2001, you probably could have gotten like a good drift. However, that was people in the past. Those kids that I grew up with that were chasing a field every summer, every spring with their parents, moving school to school because they had to go pick fruit with their parents, are now grown up. And guess what? Do you think that they're going to go back to picking fields when they have a citizenship? No. As a matter of fact, they're not even looking to vote for blue people with blue policies that put their parents in fields. No. Some of them are real estate investors, business owners. They're passing down generational wealth. And you think that they're picking cotton. You out of your goddamn mind. I'm going to remind you real quick. The majority of the Latino voters for Trump here in Texas, live in the southern border. You know what happened in the southern border? No. Why? Because neither you nor Kamala have the balls to go down there. I'm going to tell you what happened. Along the Texas border, poverty levels are sky high as it is. When you import a bunch of riffraff from third world countries and they end up in those southern border towns, they strain the resources for those people. Those people can't even survive. And then you're bringing in all this riffraff with a CBP-1 app Ticketmaster to the United States and you leave them there. That's why our governor had to ship all those people out. And then y'all complain, oh, you were shipping on. Yeah, because you guys brought them here. You blue people brought them here to Texas and the southern towns were suffering. Not only that, but there was violence across the border in Tamaulipas, in Reynosa, all those cartels fighting to bring all those people over here. Why? Because they were profiting billions of dollars. And your ass still thinks that we're picking cotton? Take that. No Congress for Jasmine. As a matter of fact, why don't you go run for Missouri? What did you do in Missouri that they don't want you to run for them? Oh, I know. Exactly. Because people in Missouri see right through your, and so do we in Texas. Keeping Texas red.
So you actually heard what this Latina has to say. So she's saying that basically Jasmine Crockett offended them when she had made that statement inside that church, relegating them to picking cotton, and they didn't like that. She said that a lot of times they went with their parents, you know, traveling different places, working in the fields, and a lot of them are citizens, and they don't have to do those sort of things anymore. So once again, Jasmine Crockett and her team did not read the room. Jasmine was run off at her mouth like she liked to do. And don't think, hey, you know, maybe I need to kind of wash my mouth. No, but the interesting part is she said that, yes. But Jasmine's been very, 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 very pro-immigrant. She has. And because she's been very pro-immigrant, you thought maybe they wouldn't pay attention to that too much because she advocated for immigrants. But let me tell you, black politicians, something. Look at the lesson of Jasmine Crockett. You advocate for these other groups, and you say anything they think you shouldn't say out of line. No matter how much you advocated for them, they won't show up to vote for you. Instead of you sitting up here and say, you know what? Let me make sure I'm good with the black community. Because check this out. If you were focusing on black community issues and not even be making comments about immigrants too much. Now, I don't understand if you're on a statewide race in Texas, you're going to have to kind of reach out across the aisle. But if she'd have been focusing more on black issues, because she's in Dallas County, so there's no reason for her to be talking about a bunch of other people, really, other than black folks in her county. And you stick to a black agenda, black issue. Listen, you Congress people who are insulated literally in a black district, you have no excuse because you can't be really voted out unless black people just pissed off with you and they want you out. But Jasmine Crockett was in a insulated district with a lot of black people, and she could have stood on business solely for black people, and she wouldn't have had not a lick of problem getting reelected to Congress. See, this is a new day. And some black people didn't vote for her either because some people talk about, I don't like, you know, some of her antics that looks ghetto. Some people like, I don't like that the wig she wear because you know she make good money. There's no reason for her wigs be looking like that. Because, you know, that's called what it is. Black folks want their people in certain professional positions to look the part and act the part. Black people are very, I don't want to use the word
meticulous,
classist, but black people just demand you to be professional. Let me use that term. They demand you to be very professional in those positions because they say, hey, you represent the black community, and we don't want you to be the representation of the black community and sister girling it up. That's what some people are just saying. Some black women are saying, listen, that's not even how I talk. And we all know how Jasmine was speaking before she got in that position and started doing the sister girl thing. I don't know why. Black people in the Democrat Party, those days of you acting hood and all of that are done. You're not going to be taken seriously by the black community. We can read now. We're not idiots, but we have to be entertained. If you bring out Cardi B around anybody, or Cardi B is endorsing you, and of course she can endorse you all she wants, but I'm talking about you, the one getting her to endorse you, you can't be taken seriously. Why would we take anything Cardi B says seriously? You know what I'm saying? Like let's really think about it. Consider the source, Cardi B. She's not a great political mind at all. Cardi B leaves a bad situation with her husband and get in a worse situation while she's still legally married with a football player who got a gang of baby mamas all over the place. Then she want to get mad when one baby mama show up at the Super Bowl because he said his mama invited the baby mama, which was already around before you got around. And then you want to get mad at him. You already knew what he had going on, or you didn't care. And the crazy part is you got pregnant by him and had a whole baby with the man. You should just went and had another baby Offset. At least you know what you was getting into with him. So why would anybody take Cardi B's advice on any politics? And Cardi B needs to be worrying about her life. We don't want to see Megan Thee Stallion twerking or Gorilla doing any concerts that has something to do with black folks and talking about serious issues. You will lose every time. I'm telling you, it's a new day in Black America. That ghetto hood stuff, that's going away, or you're just not going to win. Jasmine just needs to be herself, and she needs to cut. And she want to come back in 2 years, she can. I mean, because 2 years go like this. That's Congress. She can come back very quick if she want to. She can just run again in her area, or I know they split up her district, but she still can go to a black area no matter what. She can go to a black area and win. I know she can. And to go back to Congress and just stand on business with black people. But them statewide races that you need to depend on Latinos and whites, I said in last night, you can't depend on them. You can't. And you definitely can't depend on them. You sister girling it up because they don't even respect that either. Now you're very professional and all that stuff. Maybe they can rock with you. But Jasmine, you just had to watch your mouth. And that's what, what she's saying cost you the election is your mouth. So next time, just be yourself. That's it. Just be yourself. You're very educated. And you got all this experience. What to act like it? All that hood rat. I'm keeping that. Even why just keeping it real for some people means I gotta start acting, ratchet. Well, why? Why can't keeping it real is like, you know what? I'm gonna all this education I paid for, all the testing, I'm gonna lean into my education and be a great representation for black women and girls. Be a great representation in the black community. You know what I'm saying? That's all. So like I said, she may come back in 2 years and run for something else. I mean, Cori Bush is running. So I wouldn't be surprised Jasmine Crockett come back and run for Congress. Maybe in these 2 years, she may give MSNBC or CNN with Abby Phillip or something talking over there. But I think she's going to try to go back to Congress. I don't see her being done politically at all. But next time, Jasmine, just read the room.
Yeah, she definitely gonna try to run again. Hopefully she learn her damn lesson. Not to be doing that dumb shit, pandering to groups that don't give a damn about you. And then putting on this sister girl act like you grew up in the hood or in the ghetto and you didn't. What are your thoughts, Shabaki?
All right, but also too, when I look at this old senile motherfucker by the name of Ronald Reagan, right? That bastard ran for president, let me see, 72, he didn't get the nomination. 76, he didn't get the nomination because they gave it to Gerald Ford. Wait a minute. And then the son of a bitch became the president in 1980 and 84.
Yeah, but he's white, Shabaki, so I don't understand your comparison.
Yeah, no, but what I'm just saying, though, is this here, brother check. I'm just saying is this political bullshit that they run. You see what I mean? Because, like I said, present company excluded. Politicians are prostitutes. Say, they will get up there and will say shit just to get some fucking votes. But you in your quest for public office, you got up there and dealt with some real issues, particularly such as our unhoused neighbors. And then the cold part about it is you get all these other motherfuckers who never been poor before in their goddamn life and don't know what it's like to be unhoused.
Right.
See what I mean? Same thing with me. I've been unhoused. See what I mean? So unless a motherfucker is addressing that type of issue, You see what I'm saying? They could pretty much kiss my asses, because what's happening is, man, and I think I did some research. We're in the third generation. Repeat, the third generation of our people being unhoused. This is the grandparent, the parent, and then of course, the child now. You see what I mean? Child being defined as under the age of 18. You see what I'm saying?
They were shipping people across the street from our apartment earlier.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying?
Would have been filming that shit. But
yeah, you see what I'm saying?
Can't steer no more.
See?
They used to set up tents. They won't even let you set tents up no more.
And you say, and then in the environment that Denver, Colorado goes through every winter, you see what I'm saying, is a human rights violation.
Right. Well, luckily it hasn't been that cold this winter. It's actually been the warmest winter on record. But still,
okay, global warming.
You can't set up a damn tent out here. You can't cover yourself in a tent.
So we can't steal no more of your water from your snowpack.
There won't be no snowpack to steal water from.
No, man.
They said we need like 6 to 8 feet of snow.
Yeah.
For what? So yeah, I don't see that happening.
Damn. Yeah, we need to hijack y'all's water some more for this desert, man.
No, y'all getting cut off. Y'all have to find another water source.
I might go out there and take a trip to Hoover Dam, man, to do another live feed that I did about 3-4 years ago, just to see how much more the water line has eroded. You know what I mean?
If this continues, that whole motherfucker gonna be dried up.
Yeah. And I'm 96 miles away from your river.
Yeah, the Colorado River, yep.
Yep, that also is the dividing point between California and Arizona too.
Yep.
You got to cross the Colorado River, yeah.
All right, so we're gonna dive in further about these Latinos. Their true feelings about Jasmine Crockett and Black Democrats. FBA tried to warn you. I didn't want to hear it from us. So.
On the country and educate people about what immigrants do for this country, or the fact that we are a country of immigrants.
Right.
The fact is, ain't none of y'all trying to go and farm right now. Okay, so I'm lying. Raise your hands. You're not. We done picking cotton. We are. You can't pay us enough to find a plantation.
Sometimes, man, I worry about our people, man. A lot of our people deal with a lot of insecurities, man. And we want to go hard for everybody else but ourselves. And us over here on the FBA side, we've been trying to blow the whistle and give warning to our people that's connected to that Democratic plantation. And what went down in Texas is only the first start, right? Because it was going down in California first, but now it's starting to get widespread. A lot of people say, well, these Mexicans and Latinos are racist, and they may well be. But let's put racism to the side for a minute. They have their numbers up. They outnumber you. So why would they acquiesce to you when they understand power now, political and economic power? They bring a lot of that drug money over from overseas. They able to invest in their people, right? Build businesses. Now they have the numbers up to take over things politically. Why would they vote for Jasmine Crockett for what, right? And we know a lot of times a lot of them still suffer from that crackatosis bug, and they want closest to the W, man. We know that too. So people are upset because Jasmine Crockett lost the race down there for Senate down there in Texas to James Talarico. And when it came to the Democratic primary, majority of the Latinos voted for that W, man. Are you shocked? And a lot of Black people are upset. Their feelings are hurt. Oh my God, I can't believe this. And we just looking as FBAs like, why not? Right? But Latinos was voicing their opinion about her. and some of the comments that she made with the cotton picking comments.
No. What do you mean? Jasmine not going to Congress for Texas? Oh, Crockett. The girl can only dream. Listen, Jasmine, what was that one quote that you said? Let me think. Oh, yeah. We done picking cotton. You can't pay us enough to go find a plantation. Yeah, you remember that. I remember that. How could I forget? See, 6.5 million Hispanic voters in Texas, which is like the majority of the electoral vote here in the state. And you mean to tell me that you think that we're still picking cotton? Hell no, girl. Hell no. That's why you lost. You're fucking racist. I'm gonna tell you something real quick. If you would have pitched that
There's
in
no such thing
2002,
as a black
2001,
racist.
you probably could have gotten like a good drift. However, that was people in the past. Those kids that I grew up with that were chasing a field every summer, every spring with their parents, moving school to school because they had to go pick fruit with their parents, are now grown up. And guess what? Do you think that they're going to go back to picking fields when they have a citizenship? No. As a matter of fact, they're not even looking to vote for blue people with blue policies that put their parents in fields. Fuck no. Some of them are real estate investors, business owners, they're passing down generational wealth, and you think that they're picking cotton. You out of your goddamn mind. I'm going to remind you real quick. The majority of the Latino voters for Trump here in Texas live in the southern border. You know what happened in the southern border? No. Why? Because neither you nor Kamala have the balls to go down there. I'm going to tell you what happened. Along the Texas border, poverty levels are sky high as it is. When you import a bunch of riffraff from third world countries and they end up in those southern border towns, they strain the resources for those people. Those people can't even survive. And then you're bringing in all this riffraff with a CBP-1 app ticket master to the United States and you leave them there. That's why our governor had to ship all the people out. And then y'all complain, oh, you were shipping all. Yeah, because you guys brought them here. You blue people brought them here to Texas and the southern towns were suffering. Not only that, but there was violence across the border in Tamaulipas, in Reynosa, all those cartels fighting to bring all those people over here. Why? Because they were profiting billions of dollars. And your ass still thinks that we're picking cotton? Take that. No Congress for Jasmine. As a matter of fact, why don't you go run for Missouri? What did you do in Missouri that they don't want you to run for them? Oh, I know. Exactly. Because people in Missouri see right through your bones. So do we in Texas. Keeping Texas red.
Giving some of the savings from Doge back to Americans as kind of a dividend. Would you support that?
So no, we are not in the business of giving out money. And honestly, I don't know what $5,000 will do for you.
You are the most selfish ghetto congresswoman we have other than AOC. Both of y'all have millions of dollars and you could care less about your constituents and about the American people.
I'm wearing my Gucci sneakers. The clerks may get too mad if they saw my Jordans.
So ghetto and so greedy. The 2 G's. That's probably why you like Gucci, greedy, ghetto. The sneakers that you were wearing are about $1,000. Belt, about $550. And where was your big mouth in criticizing Joe Biden, the Democrats giving $700 to people that had ashes, the Democrats under Joe Biden that was apparently in the business of funding wars? We're giving billions to illegal immigrants. Since when are American taxpayers supposed to pay for illegal immigrants? And by the way, it seems like every week you have a new wig on or you have a different hairstyle. That can't be cheap. Millions of dollars on your hair, on your wigs, on your fancy Gucci. $5,000 can get people lots of wigs, apparently. This one was $269. And I really hope the Doge team investigates every centavo, every cent, because you and AOC are multimillionaires. How did that happen with $100,000 salary?
Okay, so let's talk a little bit more about Jasmine Crockett. Let me again preface this by saying I adored Jasmine Crockett until she made that statement, because that statement is anti-immigration or anti-immigrant. And before we dive into that, let's look at the history of her comment about cotton picking, because 200 years ago, that's exactly what the Black community was doing. And Jasmine Crockett says, no more, never again. And she was a practicing lawyer before getting into Congress, specifically for civil rights. Okay, now let's dive into what she actually said. She frames immigrants as people who do work that not everyone else is doing, work that not everyone wants to do, which is correct. But Latinos and immigrants are so much more than their labor. She's not humanizing them as people. She's calling them people who work for the American people. We're not going to be exploited again. They will be. They will do the work. And I say that as someone who had family who were working in Texas and California as farmers, and they were abused so bad, they actually ended up going back to Mexico. But in Jasmine Crockett's eyes, that's okay because that's what we're here for. And her community isn't doing it anymore. Why couldn't she mention the fact that Latina women are actually going to college at a higher rate than Latino men? Meaning that Latinas will be taking over a lot of corporate jobs, a lot of tech jobs, nonprofit jobs, healthcare jobs. And that's a good thing. And again, she is a lawyer. In law school, they teach you how to use your words wisely, because the wrong phrase, the wrong word could cost your client's case. And Jasmine Crockett has truly just become another AOC, meaning she's loud about things she disagrees with, but when it comes to Congress, nothing is really done or changed. She voted against DHS funding, which fine, but also bare minimum. Same with AOC, same with everyone in Congress. And she did co-sponsor a bill that allowed people to track their family members who were being deported on an airplane, but that's it. She's literally becoming an AOC. She went to the Texas Dilley Center where there were children being held to investigate what was happening. And what did she do after? No bill, no change in Congress, no nothing. Just
So now let's look at some of her policies, and let's break this down. U.S. Representative Jasmine Crockett is a progressive Democrat on civil rights, voting rights, criminal justice reform, and economic equality. Her key policy areas include protecting reproductive health care, strengthening gun control legislation in Texas. You already lost. Universal background checks. Oh, it's a wrap for you. Promoting renewable energy and pursuing comprehensive immigration reform, including the paths to citizenship, right? Citizenships. Civil rights, social justice dedicated to defending the civil liberties for underrepresented communities, protecting LGBTQ rights is a wrap. In Texas, for real. They wasn't with a lot of that, right? The trans stuff and a lot of things that was being promoted in public, in schools and all the kind of stuff that the Democrats was with, right? Texas is not going for it. And a lot of Latinos flip red. They flip red. That wasn't going. So let's look at her policies. U.S. Representative Jasmine Crockett is a progressive Democrat focused on civil rights, voting rights, criminal justice reform, and economic equality. Her key policy areas include protecting reproductive health care, strengthening gun control legislation, universal background checks, promoting renewable energy, and pursuing comprehensive immigration reform, including paths to citizenship, right? Now, let's look at this, right? Civil rights and social justice dedicated to defending civil liberties for underrepresented communities, protecting LGBT communities and rights, and advocating for voting rights. Now, when you get to the LGBT and the trans and all that kind of stuff, a lot of people in Texas, those conservatives down there, Texas is really like a conservative state. They're not rocking with none of that. They're not rocking with that. The stuff that the Democrats are trying to push, gender identity and pushing this stuff in the schools, reading books to kids, people in Texas is not going to vote for that. Immigration focuses on updating immigration systems, strengthening border security, protecting against ICE raids at sensitive locations, and providing pathways to citizenship for dreamers and undocumented Texans. Now, how many of y'all saw videos of Mexicans mad because the U.S. government was giving all kinds of resources to Venezuelans and Guatemalans and these other people? What you guys don't understand is Black people, a lot of Latinos and Mexicans on the West Coast don't want these immigrants coming into the country because it's coming in messing them up. It's messing up what they got going on. They want them to do it legal. This is the stuff that's going on, right? Healthcare and reproductive rights. Advocates for reproductive health care, including protective contraception access, and introduce legislation for Minority Health Awareness Month. Listen, man, a lot of them ain't with the abortion. See, people got to pay attention to what's really going on in which states, and these so-called W conservatives and a lot of these Latinos want access to W folk. and they want to be up under these W conservatives. So when you think there's a black and brown coalition, it's not. And we've been telling y'all, they want close proximity to the W folk, right? Gun control. Now this is the kicker. Support stricter gun laws, including universal background checks for firearm sales. That right there got you out of there. You can cancel Christmas in Texas, right? Promotes a transition to renewable energy and green initiatives, particularly for communities of color disproportionately affected by climate change. Economic issues, addressing the wealth gap, housing and healthcare affordability. Mexicans rather have their own people addressing that because they are the majority they are becoming the majority in the state. And why would they want a black person addressing the issues for the majority? Not going to happen. Not going to happen, you dumb Democrats. Ain't going to happen. So I mean, it gets to a point. It really gets to a point where our people are going to have to wake up. They're going to have to wake up. And like I said, man, this thing gets real goofy. This thing gets real crazy, and people just I don't know what's wrong with our people, man. I don't know what's wrong with the mindset of our people, but you're going to learn the hard way. Because as these Latinos get their numbers up, it's not just going to be about racism. It's going to be about, why would I vote for a group of people, an ethnic group that's not my people, when I could just vote for my own people? We got greater numbers than that. But a lot of black people are also pointing this out. And listen, it's ugly, man.
Black liberals are coping and seething today over the fact that Latinos did not show up to vote for Jasmine Crockett. Check this out. Black Americans, can y'all now stop saying black and brown, please? The last two elections are clear indicators that black and brown solidarity is a myth. The gag is, black Republicans always knew that this black and brown coalition was a Democrat myth. And what did we get in return? We got called all kinds of slurs just because we were trying to tell y'all that every man is for himself. There's no unity besides the unity you have between you and your family. And the funny part about this is, it's a little too late for y'all to be realizing this. Y'all already voted to replace yourselves. You niggas are cooked. And when this country becomes a Hispanic Latino majority by 2050, it's definitely gonna be no black and brown unity then. You niggas are cooked. Congratulations. You voted yourselves out of existence. The deed is done.
So James Tallarico won the Democrat Senate primary race in Texas. But the big question now is, who are the voters that pushed him over the finish line? This graphic right here may actually answer that question. With 92% of the vote in, Democrats turned out overall more voters than the Republicans in the primary. But look at this right here. When it comes to majority Latino communities, for Democrats surging from 7.7% in 2024 to 13.1% in 2026, dipping for Republicans going from 8.2% to 7.3%. So who won the Latino vote on the Democrat side? Both campaigns spent a lot of time, a lot of money trying to win over Latino voters. But when the ballots were counted on Tuesday, many Latino voters sided with Tallarico, according to Vox. Yet Jasmine Crockett held a massive lead among the black voters, while Tallarico performed strongly with white college-educated voters and also Latinos.
Jasmine Crockett loses the Senate race, man. Are you shocked? Because I'm not. It's one of them things where people don't know how to act civilized, no matter how professional they are. They always try to use their upbringing, their urban society culture, their color, their skin. They always try to use that as a reason on why they could act certain ways in professional environments, right? So in her case, you can't go in a House of Congress in front of all these people and call one side the KKK. You can't do that. You get me? You can't go on a debate or a whatever you want to call it, interview, podcast, whatever it may be, and spew out who's going to do these certain jobs, all the low-paying jobs, and then you automatically put the Latinos they're the ones that are going to be the so-called low-grade workers. I ain't going to use the other word, but point I'm making is, right, certain people get in professional environments and feel like they're automatically entitled to certain things or be entitled to say and do certain things without repercussions. Now, whether they're going to give you the repercussions directly in your position or whether they're just not going to like you and shun you out of your position, that's for them to decide. So one of them things where you can't shit on Caucasians and Latinos and then get mad when they don't vote for you, because they're not going to vote for you. And it showed. You got whooped out. You didn't lose. You got whooped out. Let me know what y'all think in the comments, man. Again, I ain't a Democrat or a Republican. I'm a factuality. And the fact of the matter is, when you show your ass, they're going to be there to pull your pants up. I don't know what the hell that means, but that's just what I came up with. And another thing, right? When we was coming up, certain people, if we got arrested, had to go to court, even we had the common sense to act civilized in certain environments so that people don't look at us certain ways. You get me? I'm out.
So what are you Democrats going to do now? Because you was already warned. You was warned by Joe Biden. Joe Biden told you to your face that he wasn't doing nothing for you, right? He wasn't going to do nothing for you. And by 2035, 2050, this country is going to be majority Latino. He warned you, and you still followed this agenda. The sad part is, with all this stuff being revealed and coming out now in front of your face, a lot of y'all are still going to be on that Democratic plantation, right or wrong, weak or strong, because you're very insecure people, right? A lot of our people are really messed up in their head, and they can't vision themselves or see themselves outside of their current circumstances. They suffer from the Freddy Krueger effect. A lot of black people, I say this all the time in my videos, man. A lot of our people lost their ability to dream. We can't see ourselves doing anything else but being Democrats, right? And hating the Republicans. But what about forging our own reality? What if our communities is a reflection of that? We are still going along with the 3 different black communities: elite blacks that got close proximity to the W folks, right? The underbelly blacks, right? Underclass blacks that's just out there just doing ratchet, and 85% of black folks in the middle. Some woke, some confused, don't know whether they coming or going. This is the community in America, man. At what point do we start thinking for ourselves as a group, like other groups come over and do, and start making moves? These W folks are showing you every day who you are. Now you're going to start having Latinos show you who you are side by side with W folks. What more do you need to see? Dr. Claude Anderson warned us about this 40 years ago. Y'all still didn't listen. They already start taking down elite blacks the last 5 years. They've been taking, elite blacks been falling from grace. Boom, get them out of here. We making room for the Latinos because they outnumber you. Get these niggas, they know the blacks are no longer the second-class citizens. We got these Latinos coming in. So make all these blacks fall from grace. Now, politically, they start to outnumber you in these black cities, and we in trouble. But the sad part is, when we say FBA, y'all called us divisive, and y'all still calling us divisive. We told y'all was no black and brown coalition. We warned you that there was no black and brown coalition, but you didn't listen. And some of y'all hatred for your own people is so deep-seated, you're going to side with Latinos against foundational black Americans, your own children, your own cousins, your own family. You're going to side with us. You're not going to side with us because you lost your ability to dream or have a vision. So now you're going to be living vicariously through somebody else's vision, the Latinos' visions, the white folks' vision, everybody else's vision but your own. And then you're going to complain racism. You're going to cry racism because you lost the ability. You suffer from the Freddy Krueger effect. The minute you go into the dream world, Freddy is there to unalive you. So you manifest nothing in the real world, so you're just as good as dead. And that's what we're suffering from in our communities. And found the young foundational black Americans is trying to wake our people up, but y'all won't listen to us. But we'll see how this play out. If you made it this far in the video, hit that like button, subscribe to Street Media TV, leave your comments in the comment section. And remember, I love y'all. Until next time, peace.
All right, thank you, Brother George. And make sure y'all like and subscribe to Frontline Black News. All right, Shabaka, what are your thoughts on that video that Brother George out of just did about the Latino?
Okay, well, you know, there's an old saying. Yeah, they state how they honestly feel. You see what I'm saying? So therefore, we'll be nothing but fucking fools to go out here and come up here with this fantasy of this black and brown coalition when we should be focusing on our own affairs. You
Right.
see what I mean?
Right. That's what we've been saying.
Straight out. Yeah, we've been saying that. What's that there now, man? Going on what, 6 years now? You see?
Yeah,
and they
at least.
still shadow banned us. Yeah, they still shadow banned us. They try their best to knock us down. They'll say, but this is the more reason, as I've stated, when Trump said get rid of DEI, that was the best thing for Black businesses because you Nabiscos, we don't even have to look at you. We could just simply sit up there and say, hey, we're not hiring. You know, okay, but we see the help wanted sign out there. Oh, well, we forgot to take it down or whatever line of bullshit that we want to get them until our people get their minds right. I'm putting our own selves to work because if we do this, man, this damn economy of the United States will crumble. They know it. The other groups know it. We don't know it.
We're in a new
But
era.
I know. Huh?
We're in a new era. AI is about to start taking over every damn thing.
Yeah, be careful with AIs. It is dangerous.
It's only dangerous because we don't understand it. So we need to learn it so it won't be dangerous to us.
Well, considering the fact that you had a lot of Black educators and scientists that contributed to this whole internet thing altogether anyway, I'm willing to bet dollars to donuts without our input into it, this shit wouldn't exist. Just like the light bulb, you know, just like the real McCoy on the oil machine for the locomotives. You see, motherfuckers still keep stealing our patents. You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
Yeah. You know, they don't even want to give Benjamin Bernanke credit for designing Washington, D.C. And it's very, very interesting when they come with all this all-inclusive shit, right? They figured that there for us as a people is our only option, which is not true. See? Which is not true. That's not our only option.
Right.
We have to reach out to one another, man. You know what I'm saying? But it's an uphill battle. You see?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's like salmon swimming up river, man, to go back to where they was born at to make more little salmons.
Yeah.
You see? That's a phenomenon within itself, you know? Say, and of course, a phenomenon which is a natural event that happens without total explanation, I would say. You know? So how many more topics? Yeah, go ahead.
A lot. So next topic is Latina. Latina who said, Black woman warns Texas Democrats that Black voters may sit out the November election. It's about damn time.
Yeah, you know, shit, sit this motherfucker out throughout the whole goddamn country. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Oh, the fallout continues, ladies and gentlemen, about the Democratic Senate primary between Jasmine Crockett and James Tallarico. Well, this particular election has caused a big divide here in the state of Texas with Black people who are Democrats and white people who are Democrats. And also you throw in the Latinos as well. Now, I want you to hear what our sister has to say about this, but you know, this is going to have, I think, some great implications in November.
You do realize like what happened in Texas is going to lead to a catastrophic split between white liberals and Black liberals and what we want to see the country as, because we realize y'all are still racist as F. Like, it's officially Malcolm X was correct. Y'all are still racist as heck. That is what it's giving. And y'all can't stop angry Black people. Y'all really cannot stop angry Black people when we all simultaneously telepathically connect and say we're not voting. Like every Black person.
We're in the information age. You can find out whatever you want about anybody via your cell phone, via your computer. We're not in the age no more where you got to go to the library to get all the information. Information is literally at our fingertips now. So you can pull up all of Malcolm X's speeches online right now.
We didn't have these conversations at home. We saw her lose, and all of us just came on the internet and said, fuck y'all vote. Y'all couldn't even do that if you tried. That's why we're in war right now. And y'all didn't want to listen. So this is what y'all get. None of these people had intentions on voting Democrat, on voting Republican. None of these Black people, the 90% of Black people who showed up for Jasmine Crockett, have no intention of voting Republican. They never were. So don't come in here and lie and say that. They are disappointed in you. We are disappointed in you. And I would gladly like to see y'all state get tore up from where we at. And y'all real close to Mexico. Y'all real close to Mexico. Y'all can't even get y'all senator y'all can't even get y'all governor who leave every time it gets too cold out of office. How could I have expected y'all to be smart enough to vote for the one person who isn't an undercover Republican? The one who isn't getting Republican funds. You don't think that's suspicious? You didn't look into your candidate enough to see that they were getting Republican funds? I'm just saying, if you're on one team, you should check to see if they're getting funded by the other team, because that would lead to red flags for me. Like, because how's it going to feel when he switches to Republican next cycle? How's it going to feel when he turns into that independent conservative? It's going to look real stupid on y'all. And I don't want to hear no apologies. I don't want to hear no apologies when he denied all y'all aid. I don't, because Black people have been making it through. Remember who had the Harlem Renaissance and who had the Great Depression and who's not in them photos. They knew not to take no photos of Black people during the Great Depression when we all grew up, because they knew we were thriving. And they tried to make it seem like these were two different periods. That's why they only teach the Harlem Renaissance during the Black History Month section, and they do not teach it during any other parts of the year when they teach the Great Depression. So you do not correlate it. Remember who you are. Remember what you get yourselves into. And remember that you played this election.
The Democrats are in big time trouble with the midterms, definitely here in Texas. I can't speak on other states, but Texas. Black people had just had it. You know, they've had it with, trying to participate in the system that don't want any progress. And y'all have to understand, Black people, is that these people don't want this system to change. They don't want a system of equality. They don't want Black people to be having any kind of representation, because that's not the way they were raised. That's not the way the system, in their mind, this is supposed to be a white country ran by white people and white people only. And if anybody's coming up near that leadership position, they got to make sure to all side with, for the most part, the white guy. They knew good and well Tallarico was being funded by a billionaire that funded Trump. They knew this. It's not like they didn't know. The DNC knew. Trust me, they knew. And they didn't say anything because the DNC don't want to deal with Black people. They want us to go away. They want really the Latino vote and the white vote. That's really what they want. The Latino vote and the white vote. If they can get the white people and at least, 3/4 Latinos in this country to decide with them, they wouldn't even care about the Black vote anymore. That's what he at with it. And Black people just have to understand that they do not care about the Black vote. Yep. You have to understand, somebody like Jasmine Crockett, her speaking that way in the mind of them people, she's uppity. She shouldn't be talking about Trump like that. They'd be like, yeah, I don't like Trump, but I don't like how she talked about him. But yet he started things with her. But in their mind, they don't want a Black person responding to a white man. Let's call it what it is. Mm-hmm. So Black people, you have to learn. Politically, we're on our own. Yeah. We vote our interest only. We're not about to hear no nothing else but our interest.
That's right.
There's only a couple of interests that may intersect with other groups like healthcare and, definitely taxes and it's some other things. But when we get down to the nitty gritty, we got to have what we need. Gone are the days of you walk in the voter booth and you voting for nothing, or you're voting to, well, I can't have him in office. Okay, you stop from getting in office. What other guys gonna do? Well, he won't be bad as him. That's not good enough. That's not good enough. Right. That this candidate is not as bad as that one. No, no. Right. If we get up, prime example. Today in dating and relationships, the one thing that a lot of men talk about is transactional relationships. In other words, they got to pay for. They have little women ask not only for a meal, they ask for them to do their nails and their feet done just to go out with them, right? Sometimes they ask them, well, can you pay for my hair? And they not even in no relationship, and they
That's
asking
why
up
they
front.
call them tricks.
And a lot of men feel like it's transactional. That's all it's about. Well, with the Democrat Party, we got to act that way. It's transactional. I'm not going to vote for you unless you give me something.
Right.
If you give me nothing, that's cool. I don't have to vote for you. And I just choose the couch. What the sister said, a lot of black people won't vote Republican. It won't happen. They would choose that couch. Now they try to play this game. Oh, well, if you don't vote, that's a vote for them. No, it's not. Stop with that lie. No, it's not.
Right.
It's not a vote for them. Because they didn't get the person on the couch, they didn't vote Republican or Democrat, so nobody got the vote.
All right.
Now the people that show up, there may be less people showing up because the black folks saying, I'll choose the couch, I'm good. But no, it's not voting the other side. And the thing is, white liberals and also Latino Democrats in Texas just help James Tallarico win. We will love to see you to do it with our black people. Like, hey, we all just sit that part of it out. Don't participate in it. Let them do what they want to do. And let's see if they can get Tallarico to beat either Ken Paxton or John Cornyn. Let's just see. This is your time to shine. Because black people have become very fed up with the way everybody's doing this. Because they're doing this more so to protect their privilege. And the other group, Latino, is trying to get access. A lot of them are trying to get access to the folks.
Mm-hmm.
That's just really what it is.
Yep.
So trying to shame black people, saying, oh, you guys can't sit it out because we need to get Tallarico in. It'd be better for Texas. It'd be better for the country. You should have thought about that mess. You should have thought about the person that was already in there already. You should have voted for Jasmine Crockett. You should have told Tallarico, hey, why don't you run when Ted Cruz come up?
Right.
And then we all get behind you. That would have been a smarter play. It's not like he didn't have a seat in the Texas being a state rep. So he still would have went back his state rep position. He could have stayed a state rep by another year or two, then run against Ted Cruz and everybody could support him. But no, you didn't want to do that. You know, the media run around here tomorrow. Is this a new testing ground for Democrats to see how they can do with the Latino vote when not the black vote? They've been wanting to do that. That's been the Democrats' whole thing. Get the white vote back. See if we can get enough Latino votes where we don't have to even think about black people. That lets you know how racist they are. They are racist because they know good and well dealing with us. They're going to have to give up something.
Right.
Them other groups not going to ask them for nothing.
Mm-hmm.
They owe reparations to us.
Right.
Every time we say that word, it just pierces their soul because
Mm-hmm.
they know they owe.
Yep.
Democrats do not want us to have reparations no different than the Republicans.
That's right, Uncle Phil.
And that's a fact.
Yep.
They both uphold white supremacy.
Yep.
But let's see what happens in November. I'm all for seeing what happens, and let's see if what black people gonna do. But if black people sit it out, yeah, it's gonna be Republicans gonna run it.
Yep. And that's exactly what's going to end up happening. Thank you, Uncle Phil. What are your thoughts on what the sister said about black voters sitting it out in the midterms, Shabaki?
Hey, I think we should do it. You know what I'm saying? And this is why I also keep emphasizing, I can't emphasize enough, all that time, energy, and effort and money spending on trying to run for a political office, take that money, let's start us building us some damn businesses. And since the orange dude and the orangutan got rid of DEI, that's the perfect opportunity to strike. That there's like a boxer throwing a right-hand man over a dude who's got his left hand lowered. You see what I'm saying? But you see, but they would think that we're not that intelligent.
Who's going to patronize the businesses, though, Shabaki? Because a lot of these,
we have to go ahead.
We're being fight out of the cities. So we're going to live in the districts or the neighborhoods where these businesses are going to be put.
All right, well, that's just it though. So what that there requires right there, man, is some reinvestment within the Black community. You see what I'm saying? Now, this here is pretty much like, as you would say, in a perfect world, but that's the only way. Now, this is my opinion, repeat opinion. That's the only way I could see ourselves getting up out of this hellhole. Because like I said, man, we make up less than 20% of the goddamn population in the United States, but why the fuck we make up the majority of the homeless?
Right, and majority of the prison.
Yeah, that too, you see. And then what happens is when a lot of inmates come out, they automatically go homeless. See?
Because they can't get work.
Right. You see what I'm saying? And then I think was a sister was telling me that there is, some brothers that's trying to pull some resources to go right straight to the inmates to get them in businesses and what have you. And I think what the stipulation is, they got to be non-violent felons.
Yeah, they got to be non-violent.
Like rape, murder, shit like that. Fuck them. You know what I'm saying? They washed up. But if they in there like on some bullshit or whatever and is trying to do something positive, because you got all kind of jailhouse lawyers that did come out, Brother Chad became bona fide lawyers.
Yep.
See? So I was just using that there, as an example. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. We got to, and I don't have youth on my side no more, so we need somebody out there, man, with some innovation, with some ideas. You see what I'm saying? And we got to quit giving away our fucking resources and shit. One, our boats. Two, entrepreneurial ideas. You see what I'm saying? Got to figure out a way, to get our real revenue up out of Hollywood, which is a debt that's due. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but first the United States government needs to pay what the hell they owe.
Oh, well, absolutely. You see, that's your seed money right there. And this is what I mean by that the reparations is only going to get submerged back into the U.S. economy.
Oh, you sound distant, Shabbat. You sound distant.
Okay, hold on a second, bro. Just give me 1 second.
Okay.
I'm up here. Cooking me a late dinner here.
Yeah, I can dig it out. I was doing something similar.
Whatnot. Oh man. So then, too, when these individuals, man, come up with us.
It's real hard to hear you, Shabaki. Yeah, I can barely hear you, Shabaki.
Okay, so when these people come up here and says that you all are being racist because you think I'm black only, okay, we have to tell them to go take a flying fuck because all your other groups go out here and do this. It's like with affirmative action, as you said, the main benefactor of that was white women and shouldn't have fuck wasn't us.
Right.
See, just like when that racist ass owner of the NFL football team, Washington Commanders, well, if you college don't like the way y'all is doing things, shit, we doing things, hell, form your own goddamn leagues. Hey, man, perfect thing. Because with the talent,
we did that, Shabaki. That's what I'm saying. That's already been done.
Right, but it has to be done even more so now because, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, we already have our own leagues. We got the UFL, the UFL, the XFL, and the Big Three.
Okay, all right. Then they need to start paying.
Hard to hear you, but.
Okay. Yeah, I said they need to start paying us, and we'll advertise for them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then with them paying us, then we can afford to keep this platform up, man, 7 days a week.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? We're going to prime time, sub-prime time. You know what I mean? That there's recycling the revenue, you see? And then on top of that as well, too, So when they come up to us saying, well, you guys are being black racist, man, we don't even respond to that bullshit for an answer because they're mad, they're frustrated and shit. Just like what these Nabiscos get on me about when I hit them with the truth. Delete and block.
Yeah.
Fuck them.
Right.
I believe it could be done in your generation, brother Jay.
I believe so too. So I'm gonna move on to the next topic, Shabaka. Because it's still stuck on this one. So the next topic is Latina who voted for Jasmine Crockett says we can't sit out the midterms.
I am.
Sit out the midterms. Well, yeah, exactly. So I'm going to give us an update on that as well. Khalifa, what in the hell are you doing, bro?
Khalifa want to come
Well, after
on TV.
the Democrat Senate primary, and you know Jasmine Crockett lost that, now the conversation has been going to the general election in November. Now we know James Tallarico is going to be going against either Ken Paxton or John Cornyn. Well, the conversation now with a lot of black people, since they're kind of upset with the Latino community in a lot of right, there are a lot of saying, okay, I'm not voting for him. He on his own in the general election. Well, here's the issue. Tallarico would not win anything if black people don't come out and vote. Because, see, that's different than a primary. Now, I want you to hear this particular Latina is talking about that, and she is telling people that it wouldn't be wise to do that. I want you to hear what she has to say.
It is a day after primaries. We already know the results. James Tallarico won. Jasmine Crockett did not. As many of you know, I support Jasmine Crockett. I was rooting for her. Obviously, I voted for her. But just because she didn't win doesn't mean that now in midterms, I'm not going to vote for James Tallarico. I have seen a couple videos that were like, if Jasmine Crockett doesn't win, I'm not voting for James Tallarico. That is a problem. That is a huge problem, actually, because you leave the door open for the other side to win. For a Republican, you make it easier for him to win. Was James Tallarico my first choice? No, he was not. He's a Democrat. And not voting will lead to results like the one that we have now in the presidency. You have to vote. Here is the response that Jasmine Crockett has now that, you know, we have the results. And she's saying the exact same thing. We have to unite as Democrats. How are we going to be not only divided from the Republican Party, but then divided within ourselves? Yes, the results might suck for you because you wanted Jasmine Crockett to win. I sure did. I get it. You still got to vote. Okay. You still got to vote in midterms. You got to vote for James. It just is what it is. You either do it or you make it easier for the other guy. We know who the other guy is.
The other guy that she's referring to is Greg Abbott. That's who she's referring to here in Texas. He's been in for a very long time.
That's the only
But black people started that conversation. That's what she's most of responding to. Now, she was one of the 36% of Latinos in Texas that voted for Jasmine Crockett. So, you know, it's nothing against her at all. And this video is not to be against this particular woman. But what I will say is this: Jasmine Crockett should have won that election. I'm going to tell you why. Jasmine Crockett was very, very, very pro-immigration, illegal immigration. She had went to the black community and told the black community several times why we should be pro-immigration because certain jobs we're not going to do or don't want to do, right? So because if a certain amount of black people don't want to do a particular job, then you got to advocate for immigration. And Jasmine Crockett was constantly advocating for immigration. And when she needed the people who have benefited the most off of immigration, or their families benefited the most off of immigration, they voted for the white guy. I'm sorry. I don't care if you is ghetto, as all ghetto, quote unquote, ghetto can be. If you are supporting me, I gotta support. I'm rocking with you, and I'm not gonna betray you because you're rocking with me. I don't care if somebody is quote unquote ghetto or quote unquote ratchet. I don't care. You supporting me. I'm cool with what you do. You supporting me. That community did not show up and support her. And because of that, Jasmine Crockett alienated a lot of people in the black community too, because she was so pro-immigration. Foundational black Americans have no benefit to immigration. It doesn't benefit us. So run around here telling us about immigration All we hear when you do that is you want to take tax dollars and benefits that should be going to Black Americans and give it to people who just got here. When Black people haven't even made whole. Black people haven't even gotten their reparations in the form of cash payments. Black people haven't gotten their land back because there was millions and millions of acres of land that's been stolen from Black America. We don't want to hear no talk about you coming to us, you Black politicians, talking about no immigration, because when it was their time to shine and show the Black politician that, hey, we got your back because you supported us with immigration policy and advocating for immigration, they still voted for the white guy. Overwhelmingly, once again, the lady in the video, she was part of the 36% of Latinos that voted for Jasmine Crockett. We're not talking about those Latinos. Not at all. We're talking about the other majority of Latinos that voted for James Tallarico. There were also, in this election, Republicans voted in the Democratic primary to get James Tallarico in the primary. And how many times I told y'all, I preached this sermon for months. I said, hey, if you're going to do any voting, show up early voting. You got 2 whole weeks to do it. I said that. If it's presidential election, no matter what election it is, show up early voting. Because what happened election day in Texas? A lot of fugazi type of stuff was happening in Texas on election day. You couldn't vote any way you wanted. You had to vote in your precinct. People was confused about that. All kinds of things happened. But and it was a lot of Black folks that was pissed off that really couldn't vote like they wanted to. You had 2 whole weeks. Let me tell Black folks something about that too. It's not even about elections. It's just in general. You procrastinate too much. We talk about CP time and all that. No. That's procrastination. That's being undisciplined. It's becoming undisciplined. And when you're undisciplined, people can get at you. Now, you knew the Republicans in Texas were trying to pull all kind of stunts about voting. During the early voting, you could have voted wherever you wanted in the state of Texas. You'd have been fine. Just election day, they was going to get you on that. But you didn't go out and do it. So you can't really get mad at the Republicans when you had 2 whole weeks to do it. You chose to show up election day in a line. Why would you do that? Just go show up early voting. It don't matter what election you're voting in. They always have early voting. Show up then. That's number one. Let me get to how Jasmine Crockett alienated Black people. She alienated Black people with all the immigration talk and not advocating the standing on business for Black America. Let me tell you something. Even if the Latinos didn't show up for her, if she would have stood on business for Black people, she would have won that race. Let me tell you why. Do you know Jasmine Crockett lost that race for about 140 some odd thousand votes, somewhere around there? Do you know there is 1 million Black people in Harris County alone? There's 180,000 Black people in Fort Bend County. We talking about just the Houston area, what I'm talking about right now, right? You got what? In Dallas County, it was somewhere around what? 500,000 Black people, somewhere around there. Just those 2 counties alone, if Black folks would have came out in mass and voted for Jasmine Crockett, she would have won. But Jasmine Crockett, you alienated Black people. Yeah, people laugh at you talking about a bad built Bush body and all that stuff. Yeah, it's funny. You know, that's internet kind of talk. But when you go up there, you got to fight for policies. Like I said before, if you are in a district where it is predominantly Black or heavily Black, you can stand on business. Once again, I'm gonna bring her up. Ilhan Omar. The reason why she could talk like that because her people got her. Her people come out to vote for her. So she can go talk all that mess she want to talk about Somalis and what you're not going to do with Somalis and talk crazy. She can do all that because the Somalis got her back. If we don't have an Ilhan Omar figure that's Black American, we don't have it. Look, you can say whatever you want to say about Ilhan Omar. She's staying on business for Somali. I'll give her that. I'm not taking that away from her. We don't have that. We don't have one. We don't have a one in the Congressional Black Caucus that stands up like Ilhan Omar does for her people, for Black Americans. No, you want to pander for immigration, then they don't show up for your behind on election day. So they don't show up for you for election day. They go vote for the white guy, the majority. It's a minority of them that voted for you. Then you alienate the black community because you're doing all that. And then you lose. You could be in that seat right now. You would have been in the running against Ken Paxton or whatever. And you're not. So black politicians, because I know y'all listen. You're going to have to center black people. These other groups not going to vote for you like we will. White folks are not going to vote for you in a majority. So maybe a minority of them will. Latinos have constantly proven they're not voting for you in a majority. A minority of them will. So since you can get maybe a minority of the white vote, a minority of the Latino vote, that means you got to stand on 10 toes down for Black America and get every Black American to come out and vote for you. You basically got to get Black people to come out to vote for you like Black folks did for Obama in 2008. That's what you got to do to win at this point. That's what the numbers are saying now. You can't even play this coalition politic game. You have to secure Black people. Then after you secure Black people and you make sure everybody Black people stand on business for you, then you can go reach out to the other groups so you can get that minority so you can help you win, because you still gonna need those minority votes. I get it. But you're gonna have to get the Black vote out. And there was a lot of Black people that didn't vote for you, Jasmine. That's really what that is. The story has been, the Latinos, and I get that. And yes, they didn't show up for her. If they had showed up for her, she'd have won too. There was 100,000 Latinos or so could have voted for her, and she would have been no problem. But she wouldn't even needed the Latinos if she stood on business for Black people. See, Black politicians, it's a new day. You're either going to center Black America or you're going to lose. You're going to lose. Kamala Harris didn't win either. A lot of Black people didn't show up for her either. And it's not a bunch of Black people went out and vote for Trump. That didn't happen. A lot of Black people didn't vote for her because she and her administration that she was a part of didn't center Black people, but taking resources away from Black people. Gone are the days of this minority coalition talk. We don't want to hear it, because every time you talk about minority coalition, Black folks is at the super bottom of that. And Black folks would have to be a fool and a half to sit up there and listen to you talk this minority coalition talk at that point. Because all I hear when I hear you say that is, oh, you got to be at the bottom and help me help other people get over on you. And let them step on your back to get to where they need to be. No. So if you want to win elections, if you want Black turnout, you have to get up off that minority coalition talk. You have to talk about Black American issues, centering Black America, putting policies up that's going to benefit Black America. That's where we at with it right now, Black politicians. And if you're not going to do that, then more Tallarico is going to be winning. Because them Democrats, they don't want Black folks. They don't want Black representation no more. They want white representation. They'll take Latino representation. They don't want you. Because you know why? They're racist anyway. And we understand that. The Democrats are racist and the Republicans are racist. We know that. Malcolm X told us a long time ago about the white liberal. Long time ago. He said the white liberal is worse than the white conservative. He told you that. But you're going to need Black people to win. And you're not going to come up here, well, just because I'm Black, vote with me. That's not going to work either. Just because you Black. Or just because you're a Black woman. No. You need to sit up here and what you're going to advocate for Black people. Black men, Black women, Black children. I say Black people, not Black women, Black children, Black people, Black men. The whole community needs something. Because I'm not putting up with that division in the Black community either. Talking about, well, Black women. No. Black men, Black women, Black children. That's the Black community. We're not going to separate our community because we suffer together. And we're going to win together. Them days of y'all playing these games is over. You can't do just, hey, look at me, I'm black. Look at me. No. Black is not gonna get it no more. Black politicians. Those days are done. Symbolism is done. I've seen a whole lot of black politicians was talking about certain judges saying not a single black judge won in that county, and this, I wonder why. Y'all gonna have to stand on business for black people.
That's right.
Or just it's gonna be all white and all Latino, everything.
Yep.
Asian, whatever the case may be. Black people can have no problem voting. I don't have no problem voting.
Pretty much.
I'll vote, but don't alienate black people. Some black people maybe can look over certain things, but a lot of black people don't look over certain things. Some of you will say, well, you can't be a one-issue voter. What, do you tell them white people that about the Second Amendment?
Nope.
No, you don't tell them anything. So if black people say, hey, you need to stand on business for reparations, then that's what you do. It's like Gavin Newsom. I know he wants to run for president. I can't wait till he get in the race. I'm going to be on him worse than Kamala Harris.
Right.
Not him. He betrayed black people. I would never sit up here and be quiet about him running.
Yep.
Who said that?
Gavin Newsom better not jump in that race. He better chill his nerves. He better chill.
Gavin Newsom.
Not him. Not him. He played games with black people reparations. But it's a new day. It's a new day. You can't depend on Latinos. They don't care if you advocate for immigration. They're not voting for you like that. Not in the majority.
Right.
They did the same thing to Kamala Harris. They're not voting for you in the majority. They're going to vote for the white guy.
Mm-hmm.
So since you only can get a minority of Latino and minority of white, that means you need to get 100% to 95% turnout of black people. How do you do that? Standing on business for black people.
Yeah.
Now, what if Jasmine Crockett was like an Ilhan Omar, but just for us?
Right.
She would have been in there. I promise you, this would have been too easy for Jasmine Crockett. If you're not going to stand on business for black America, then prepare to lose.
Right.
All you shields out there, you can disagree. Oh, well, no, it's not about just black people. The hell it is.
Right.
The hell it is. It is about black people because black people is the only one that has been faithful to come out and vote in mass.
Right.
These other groups do not vote in mass for any black people. You will maybe get a minority of their vote, and that's okay. Get the minority vote of the other groups. I'm cool with that, but make sure you stand on business for black people.
Right.
That way you can win an election. It's just a new day now. It's a new day, and it's good because you're gonna be in that position. You're gonna serve black America. I understand you got to serve everybody, but everybody means serving us first too.
The key is what type of
because you've been in these public office, and then you've been doing serving everybody else but us.
Right.
Them days are done. You stand 10 toes down, or you're losing. It's just that simple.
Mm-hmm. That's right, Uncle Phil.
Yeah, and what type of economic? Now you're excluded from this, brother Chuck.
Yeah.
But these black politicians, okay, what type of economical development that you gonna have for the black community? What businesses are you talking about opening up for?
They can't do that. It's especially for black people, Shabaka. I have to do for minority, Shabaka. I'm gonna increase more funding to minority-owned businesses, Shabaka.
Yeah. Say, I ain't gonna do nothing strictly for black people now. That's the problem right there, Mr. Che. And now the cold part about it is when these other groups of people, the Latino community, the Jewish community, the Nabisco community, when they go up there and build up businesses for themselves, man, and don't hire us, don't nobody say nothing. You know what I'm saying? But as soon as we go up there and try to build some of significance for us, all of a sudden, well, you know, how come you don't have none of the Nabiscos in there, man? We're all the same. This is all inclusive.
Mm-hmm. You're a black racist.
And all thing I got to say, and all thing I got to say to that, brother Che, motherfuckers, is you crazy? Look at this shit you got going on right now. See, now, I will tell you this much, which was proven in that Montgomery bus boycott, right, brother Che?
Yep.
we just might have more economical power than they give us credit for.
Yeah. But you
now, that's a question I'm putting out there.
Back then.
Yeah, see, so we just might have more economical power than they give us credit for. Look at this internet. If it wasn't for the black innovators and shit like that, man, the same thing with the hidden figures, man, this shit wouldn't exist.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing with the fucking light bulb. And then I think from what I understand, the same damn thing with the fucking telephone. What did the telephone evolve into? Cell phone.
Phones and then smartphones. Yep.
Yeah, exactly. Smartphones, dumb phones, ignorant phones, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, but as soon as we sit up there and talk about doing something for ourselves, oh, you guys are black racists. Motherfuckers, we're not in no position to implement no damn racism.
Right.
We don't control no race soldiers.
Right.
Like that stupid motherfucker that came up there with us, Brother Jay, and you gave his ass the boot. Well, you got the black sheriff, you got the black police chief. That motherfucker ain't controlling shit.
Right.
He's a puppet. You see what I'm saying? He's a fucking puppet.
You sound distant about.
You would have been firing these motherfucking Nabiscos left and right that murder unarmed black people. But it don't happen. The exact opposite happens. Look what happened with a man down there in Tennessee. Look at the chief of the damn Memphis Police Department.
Oh, yeah, the one that used to run.
The one that transferred from the chief of the Atlanta Police Department, and look at the skeletons in her closet.
Yeah, she used to run. She used to be a part of the Red Dogs, and then she moved to Memphis and started the Scorpion unit.
Yeah, right. Which is, and for those of you who don't know, who out here in the West Coast, that there is the equivalent of Los Angeles's community resources against street hoodoo.
Otherwise known as Crash. Yep.
Yeah, exactly. You see what I'm saying? But when we sit up there and we mention these truths, what the fuck do we get by the show? The one show that we did the other night, we spent half the night, bashing these damn trolls up in the head with these internet hammers.
Yep.
These wrenches.
Yep.
Motherfuckers didn't want to come up and talk intelligent. Motherfuckers didn't want to come up and debate. And that's one thing I will say about Sarge, if he ain't took the, as you were saying the other night, Brother Che, if Sarge is still with us.
Yeah.
Sarge will step up,
Right.
Sarge will step up and Sarge stood on this square, although we rattled him around
Yeah.
What do they call that? Speaking ring. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
See? And Ted Cruz. Shout out to Ted Cruz.
Yeah.
He go pops this corona. Tell everybody to kiss his ass. Man after my own heart.
Not only that, he just did something else recently too.
Oh, what did Ted Cruz do?
Told the truth. Listen.
All right, let's see what's up with
that decision
Ted
held
Cruz.
that African Americans, whether slave or free, could not be citizens of the United States. Is that correct?
That is correct.
By denying citizenship, the court also denied African Americans equal political rights, equal access to the courts, and equal protection of the laws.
Correct. They were denied all privileges and immunities that the Constitution
Oh,
affords to
Dred
citizens.
Scott.
Would you agree that the Dred Scott decision pushed the nation even closer to civil war?
It did, by invalidating the Missouri Compromise, among other reasons.
Many historians posit the decision in Dred Scott helped cause the Civil War. And when that bloody war, the bloodiest war in America's history, ended in 1865, the legal status of the newly freed slaves was far from settled. Mr. Werman, after the Civil War, was it clear as a matter of law that the freed slaves would necessarily enjoy the full rights of citizenship?
It was not if Dred Scott was still good law.
Congress understood the danger of that uncertainty. And if the Constitution remained silent, the rights of the newly emancipated slaves could be challenged, undermined, or even potentially stripped away by future courts. That would mean that the blood shed in the Civil War was shed in vain. So Congress acted. In 1866, it passed the Civil Rights Act, declaring that the newly emancipated slaves were citizens of the United States. Mr. Werman, even after Congress passed the Civil Rights Act of 1866, were there serious doubts about whether Congress had the constitutional authority to enact it?
Yes, there were.
And so Congress chose a more permanent solution. The solution was to write citizenship itself into the Constitution,
13th, 14th,
so
and
that never
15th
again
Amendment.
could a court repeat the mistake and the gross injustice of Dred Scott. Also, the leading commentators of the period, like Alexander Morse, Francis Wharton, and George Collins, and the view of executive officials responsible for enforcing the law, including the Attorney General of the United States in 1873 and the Solicitor of the Treasury in 1889.
The consistency
Brother
was
Jay.
remarkable. Yes.
Yes.
So would it be accurate to say
George
that the view
Collins,
espoused
okay.
by my Democrat colleagues that the 14th
I'm
Amendment
looking up
confers
here in
citizenship
Freddie
on
D's,
anyone born on
book.
this
Hold
land,
on.
whether here lawfully or unlawfully, temporarily or permanently, regardless of whether they owe allegiance to the United States, is a relatively recent view and directly contrary to the almost universal view at the time the amendment was ratified?
It's not at all clear to me when that view took root. The United States, in its brief to the Supreme Court, suggests during the administration of FDR, but it is certainly inconsistent with most everything that preceded it, everything except, I would say, the dicta in 1 Kimark, the incorrect dicta.
All right, there you have it. So that's what Tim Scott, that's what Ted Cruz said. So he told the truth about who the birthright citizenship was truly for. So shout out to him, the origins of the 14th Amendment, and who it was meant for, Black Americans, not tether anchor babies, foundational Black Americans. All right, so moving along, the next topic is Latina says she will stand with Black Americans. White voters voted more for Crockett than Latinos. So Uncle Phil will give us an update on that as well.
All right.
Well, the continuing fallout after the primary about Jasmine Crockett, oh man, people are really talking a lot here in Texas, especially a lot of Black people. They're very upset with the situation with Jasmine Crockett. It's not that Tallarico was just so much of a better candidate and he had a lot going on, so it's understandable. Listen, Black folks not silly. We know if someone's a better candidate or just do something better. But Black people down here know what it is. They know what the play was. When that woman came out with that interview, the white lady saying, "Oh, I love Jasmine. She's a fighter, but I just have to, vote with Tallarico because he could win. He's a winner." And they kept saying that she wasn't electable. And you notice they always use that term toward a Black candidate, because I've never really heard those terms toward white candidates. Now, the whole story had been Latinos, right? Oh, it's been a lot of conversation about Latino voters here in Texas. Now, that's a Latina that did vote for Jasmine Crockett, and I want you to hear what she has to say, but we want to go back into that conversation about Latino voters. Let's check this out.
Hi, Black people. I'm also not going to vote for James Tallarico on November 3rd. I don't like the way that his constituents were being racist towards Jasmine Crockett. So I do see you guys' point of views. The racism is off-putting, and I also don't want to join that crowd. So, I mean, they want the red vote. I think they can get it. I think they'll be fine without us.
Now, that kind of messaging is what a lot of the other Democrats now have a problem with, especially the white ones, because they know that Tallarico would not win in November. The Black people be like, yeah, we good. Because a lot of Black people saying they're like, yeah, y'all got it. You got it. It's yours. You get him in there if that's what y'all want to do. Right? Cool. No issue, no problem. They're saying to Black people, oh, you can't be this way. They're telling Black people, so you're just not going to vote because your person didn't win. Yeah, If a black person don't want to vote for somebody, they don't have to. See, you white liberals in Texas, I'm talking to you because you the one with the biggest mouth. And then also some of the people who are Latino that did vote Tallarico. I'm talking about y'all. You can't tell black people what to do. We do whatever the hell we want to do. We fought for voting rights. So if we want to vote, we can. If we want to sit it out, we can. Now, this is what I'm hearing black people saying. They're going to do one or two things. They're going to
get killed for voting rights.
Election at all. Now, some people say, well, I'm going to vote against Abbott because a lot of people are tired of Abbott, right? So I'm hearing people say, I'll come out and vote against Abbott, but I won't vote for Tallarico. Some people say they're going to leave it blank. Some people say they're going to write in Jasmine Crockett's name. Some other people say that they will vote either Ken Paxton or John Cornyn. They just don't want Tallarico to win. Now, Democrats, this would have been a smarter play, which y'all don't think, right? Jasmine Crockett should have been the person. She should have just let her do her thing. Let's see if she could have beat Ken Paxton or John Cornyn, right? Okay, cool. Let's say if she would beat him. Then the next, when Ted Cruz comes up, because we have two senators. When Ted Cruz comes up, then put in Tallarico, let Tallarico be the guy, and then have Jasmine Crockett be helping campaign with Tallarico. That way you had both of them in there. The black vote would have voted with Tallarico if she was probably co-signed him, and that would have been a smarter play. But see, the issue with a lot of you,
disagree on that, Bill.
Liberals, and the Democrat Party, you want the white vote so bad. And see, we talking about history. They lost the white vote after the Civil Rights Bill because a lot of white people were so upset that the Civil Rights Bill was signed, they no longer wanted to vote Democrat. So they vote Republican. The majority vote Republican. And this has been this way ever since the Civil Rights Act was signed and the Voting Rights Act was signed. That was the one event. They're like, oh, hell no, the Democrats signed them for have voting rights and civil rights. Oh, no, I can't vote with them. Now, let's just go there. I would halfway understand it if you was a white person in that era and you had that anti-black racism in you. But people in 2026 who still doing that, you didn't live in that era at all. But when I told you it's about culture, and they pass that culture down of anti-black racism like an inheritance. That's why in 2026, they can feel the exact same way that they about black folks they felt about us in 1956. You understand? Now, let's look at something else. The New York Times did an analysis about the votes. And do you know white voters voted more for Jasmine Crockett? Did you know that? Than Latino voters? Let's look at that real quick. From the New York Times, okay? Now, look at that on screen. Say Hispanic counties voted for Tallarico. It's a Democratic primary vote share.
Brother Trey.
And more Hispanic voters, 45 counties in Texas, which is 20% of the vote share. They voted 60% for Tallarico and 38% for Jasmine Crockett. Now, for black voters, we only have 9 counties that's predominantly black. That's 15% of the vote. 37% for Tallarico and 61% Jasmine Crockett. Now, some people say that with black folks would have voted more with Jasmine, she would have won. I mean, technically, she could have. They say counties with more white voters. Look at this: 54% Tallarico, but look at that: 45% voted Crockett. So more white people voted with Crockett than Latinos did. If you look at that, and remember, Jasmine Crockett is a person that's been advocating for immigration. She's been telling black folks how we need to get on board with immigration. This has been her message. And in the end, like the lady in the video was part of the 38%, right? And she said she's going to stand with black folks on that. And I say shout out to her. But the greater part of her community did not stand with Jasmine Crockett. And that's what the conversation is. Now, let me get to something else some of them have been saying. Some of them saying, well, she offended us. That's why a lot of us didn't vote for her. Now, what were they talking about? She did an interview in Vanity Fair back in 2024. And it was right after the election with Donald Trump. And she just couldn't, at that time, black folks couldn't believe that Latinos would vote for him, even though he was advocating and saying he going to do mass deportations and get them out of here and all, even though he was saying all of this. And so she couldn't believe that they were saying that. So and actually voted for him, even though he was saying these things. And so she said, it's like some immigrants have a slave mentality. That's what she said. And the reason she said that is, let's just talk about a reality. In what I know about in their community, you have some who are immigrants that immigrated here, maybe just got here. Some who are first generation Americans, second generation Americans, sometimes third generation Americans, right? Well, it's those second and third generation Americans that have this attitude within their own community. They kind of look down on those in their community that come across that border, and they feel like white folks, I don't want them in here. This is why you have a lot of Latinos in ICE too. And they grabbing up their own people.
Yep.
You don't see a bunch of black Americans in ICE, do you? Grabbing up people. Now, I've seen some Africans in ICE. Maybe one or two brothers sprinkled in, but that's not the majority. The majority is white and Hispanic. They say 30% of ICE officers are Hispanic. Do you know that?
Yep.
So they grabbing up their own people. They don't care. Because they like, I'm a citizen. I came the right way. I did this. I did that. But that's the community, their issue. I'm not trying to get involved in their issue. Only thing that I'm saying is, how is it that white Texans who are liberal voted more for Jasmine Crockett than the people that she's been advocating for a while now? And I'm going to reiterate this again. If you stand on business of black America, you have the black vote. Let me tell you something. The only reason Obama got that vote is because it was historic. It's not that people could say, oh, his policies, oh, he promised reparations. No, he came in on the last of that. Ooh, he black and symbolism. He came in on that.
Yep.
If he tried to run again today, it wouldn't fly.
Right.
It wouldn't fly. He would actually have to do something and talk about policy for black people in order for him to win like that.
Mm-hmm.
Jasmine Crockett didn't stand on business for black America, and it cost her dearly because she only lost by about 140 thousand votes. I mean, she had got over 1 million votes, which is a lot of votes. So clearly she has some popularity. But the deal is also, and I'm gonna repeat this again, black folks like to wait to the last minute.
Yep.
And that I believe that alone is harming our community. We're not just talking about no election, just in general.
Mm-hmm.
You wait to the last minute to do everything.
Yep.
You procrastinate. You don't show up on a lot of them. I'm not saying all. You don't want to show up on time, and it costs you dearly. Even in this, people that's kind of upset with this election. Well, let's keep it 100. In 2 weeks, you had 2 weeks to early vote. 2 weeks. You were saying, oh, they suppressing our vote on election day and this and that. You already knew it was going to be some funny style stuff election day. Y'all already should have known that. And so I said, let me go. I listen, I even did early voting. It wasn't no funny style. Went in, went out. That was the end of it. Period. It was done. It wasn't nothing funny style. I was in no long line. None of that mess. But here's the issue. So many black people are upset by that because they felt that because Jasmine advocated so hard for immigration, some people feel the white women also let them down. Well, you got to think about it too. When you say that the white women let y'all down again, let's go back to the original woman who ran. Y'all forget Hillary Clinton?
Mm-hmm.
White women didn't overwhelmingly support Hillary Clinton, and that's a fellow white woman. So they didn't support Hillary Clinton for president. They didn't support Kamala Harris. They didn't overwhelmingly support Jasmine Crockett. Y'all need to stop looking at white women like they on your level, black women. because I'm kind of like tripped out that you really thought white women is in some sort of solidarity with you. Let me tell you something. Do you ever hear black men looking at white men to be in solidarity with us?
Yeah, no.
You notice we never do that. We never say, oh, there go white men again, not voting the right way. We know better. No. Like, who told y'all had some sort of solidarity with white women? I'm trying to figure that part out.
Right.
White women have proven time and time again they are about maintaining, we talking about as a collective, white supremacy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They do not want to give up their privilege. They do not want to be equal to you. They do not want Jasmine Crockett being their senator, okay? Telling them what to do, basically. They don't like that. If they don't like that on your job, let's say you're a supervisor as a black woman, and you got to tell some white women what to do. And they just giving you attitude and give you problems. Because they just don't like, it don't matter if it's a black man, it don't matter who it is. They don't like black people being over them, ruling them. They don't like it.
They don't like it.
Yes, they may love how Jasmine is ferocious at times. Oh yeah, they may love that she got a mouthpiece.
Okay.
They may love that. But for them to go and say, I want to put a black woman over me, then listen, if they wouldn't put a white woman over them as president, a fellow white woman who's white like them.
Right.
They believe in white male Christian nationalism patriarchy. They believe in that.
Yeah.
And Tallarico fits that mold. Some of them were saying, oh, Tallarico remind me of my dad or my brother before he became MAGA. Not that his policy was so much better. Because think about it, none of them have said that Tallarico's policies were so great. Oh my God, he was great. Tallarico was being funded by the same people that funded Trump.
Yep.
And nobody will say, well, why is this billionaire lady funding him? He must be a Democrat. Why is she funding him? Why is he accepting her funding? You don't get funded unless you promising something.
Yeah.
They're not giving you money just because they're nice.
No.
So what did Tallarico say to that lady, that billionaire lady that funded his campaign? What did he promise her? Because see, politicians say one thing in front of you, and then they say another thing what they're really going to do behind closed doors when they're exchanging that money.
Yep.
Y'all never question that? Like, why is he taking money from billionaires? But he's kind of trying to have this anti-establishment conversation. Dude, you are the establishment.
Right.
You taking money from the same people Trump was taking money from. Notice Trump never attacked him because Trump knows something about him. If he was really about that life, he'd attacked him.
Right.
Trump wasn't really worried about him like that. He really wasn't. He's still not worried about him. But y'all couldn't figure that part out of it. I mean, we live in the information age. We can find out real quick who's funding who.
Right. That's what I was saying earlier.
I mean, there's a lot of people who's giving Tallarico money. And nobody said nothing about it. But to them, it's not about logical things. It's not about research. It's not about who's funding people. It's all about, he reminds me of my father or my brother before he became MAGA. He was just a good Christian. And my dad lost his mind with MAGA. Oh, he just reminded me so much of them. But they always telling black people about identity politics. They are the kings and queens of identity politics. Talking about them. They don't like it. We center ourselves in our identity and our politics. Who else gonna center black people? That's the thing I want to say. If black people don't center black people in politics, who gonna center us? White folks sure not gonna center us. Right. Asians not gonna do it. Latinos not gonna do it. Who's gonna do it?
Nobody.
Don't let nobody tell you about identity politics. If you don't want identity politics, get rid of race. Get rid of it. We just all Americans now. Get rid of race. As long as you have race on government forms identifying you by white, black, Asian, Latino, that is identity politics all the way around.
Right.
We have social security numbers. You can identify who we are by social security number. We have driver's license. We take a picture on our driver's license so you can clearly see our identity, who we are, right? I mean, we have all kind of ways to verify who we are. I mean, if you're going to get rid of identity politics, let's go all the way with it. Let's get rid of all of identity politics, get rid of race on all government forms, bank forms, anything you think of, get rid of the color of skin, get rid of it. We all take a picture, like I said, for our driver's license, passport, all of that. You know, when I travel to other countries, they don't call me black. You know what they call me? Oh, you have some Americans here. They never say black. No matter what country I've ever been to outside this country, they call me an American. They don't call me black. In this country, you got to be Black American, FBA. You got to be always some sort of identity. I'm just telling you, if you don't like identity politics, we'll get rid of it. White people, because you're the one is started the identity politics. You just don't want us centering our identity and being powerful in our identity. You want black to be a dirty word. And black is not a dirty word. Not at all. Because the term black don't have the stains of blood and don't have the bodies piled up to the heavens. Neither our name, we don't. But if black folks don't want to vote for Tallarico, white liberals who saying that, the ones who voted overwhelmingly for him, you can't stop it. And I'm gonna tell you about black people. When black people get upset and they say we done with something, it's done. But really in the end, I'm kind of glad this happened with Jasmine Crockett. And I'm gonna tell you why. Because it's waking a lot of black people up. Oh, I see so many black women are upset. Some of them are crying. And they're like, you know what? I see this so-called coalition was a myth. All this minority stuff was a myth. It never really, I finally see it. Listen, this Jasmine Crockett stuff, oh, it's opening up the eyes, baby. It's opening up some eyes and boy. But it's like I say, so like the Kamala thing, opened up some eyes. And that's good. I'm telling you, we're going to have black people so on code. Oh boy, black people's getting so on code. And listen, we could have never did this except these elections. So I like to thank those who didn't vote for Jasmine Crockett, because you helping wake my people up, and they've been need to wake up. I'm hearing some black people say, look, if they ain't black, I ain't voting. If they ain't black supporting my agenda, I ain't voting. You know what I mean? They got some black people saying that now. Oh yeah, they say, I'm not, why should I give my votes to these people? They never do nothing for me, no way. Some even talking about Ken Paxton and them. Say, look, okay, if Paxton is on there, Cornyn. Okay, I mean, shoot, I live under Republicans. What they gonna do to me? And that's the thing, white liberals. We live underneath Republicans. We've been living underneath Republicans for years. Black people are doing just fine underneath the Republicans. So you can't say, oh my God, it's a threat to democracy. We got to do something about it. Black people do very well in Texas. They really do. So you can't sit up here and use Greg Abbott and the Republicans as, oh, there's so much of a threat. Black people, you got to do something. No. That's not going to work. Fear mongering, them days are done. You can't fear monger us. We are doing just fine. If the Republicans win again, we are just fine. I promise you, we are fine. Now, you may not be fine, but we are great. We are great. And every single time y'all fail the assignment. Black people tell you, okay, this is the play. This is what we're going to do. You say, oh, okay, let me go do the complete opposite. Then you cry when you get the results that you didn't want. Then you want to go back to black people. Well, help us fix the. No. Not today. That was your man, your pappy. Went over there and cleaned up your mess. We ain't your mammy, we ain't your pappy. So you go handle your mess. You go help James' campaign and all of that. James would have to be on a record talking about reparations in the form of cash payments to even get our attention at this point. James would have to be out there talking about an anti-black hate crime bill at this point. And he would have to be on a record saying that multiple times. If he's not willing to say something like that at this point, I mean, shoot, don't worry about the black vote. Like, Don't worry about it. Y'all got it. Y'all got it. But, you know, it's amazing how those who are most affected by Trump's immigration policies don't want to try to slow that down. And look, nobody, I don't care who you are, wants illegal immigration. Nobody wants that. But not everybody that come over here is doing crime. And some of these people are part of their family, but they don't care. But, you know, immigration is not our issue. It's not. So, you know, like I said before, telling black people about immigration, that's really falling on deaf ears. They don't benefit us. Not at all. But, you know, let me know in the comments a little bit what y'all think about this whole situation in Texas. I tell you what, this is becoming very interesting. But hey, we here for it here in Texas. We here for it because black folks are waking up, and trust me, black folks nationally has saw this. Trust me, black people watching this nationally, and black people nationally having this conversation. It's just not a Texas conversation.
Yep, he's right. I'm definitely watching it. I'm like, go figure. You did all that damn pandering to them illegals.
Yeah.
And they didn't even come out and vote.
Yeah, and also too for the damn reparations. Reparations is a debt that is owed. You know what I'm saying? There ain't no damn handout. It's a debt that is owed. You see? And if you motherfuckers out there are against reparations, then you are against the quote unquote principles of the U.S. where every man is created equal by the raping, slave trading pedophiles that wrote your goddamn Bill of Rights.
Well, they based all that based off of some pre-existing stuff, but that's a whole nother topic, Shabaka, that we're gonna have to dive into at a later date. But moving along, we got racist text leak from Latino GOP members' private chat. So Tariq gonna give us an update on that.
Okay, and I'll be out after Tariq.
Okay.
Subscribe. Darling Radio. Like and subscribe.
All right, let me see who we got. Let's get Raymond. I'm gonna get a bunch of people in here. Y'all, let's get everybody in here. Let's get Digital Diva TV. I'm gonna just get a bunch of folks. I'm just pushing that button. Bread Man. Let me see. Who we got? Who is this talking? Digital?
Yo, Tariq, what's up, fam?
What's up, man? How are you?
Hey, yo, man, disregard the screen name, man. That's a finesse, man. I'm trying to get this social media money up, man. You know how the game go.
There it is. What's going on with you?
Man, I just wanted to tap in with you, man. Always giving you your flowers to the FBA family, man. Want to remind everybody to protect you, man, and support the Hidden Color 6. You understand what I'm saying? Popping up real soon.
Yes, sir.
I donated some paper. You know what I mean? It wasn't a lot, but I did what I could do. You feel me?
I respect that.
Yes, I don't even know what the topic was of the night because I just hopped on TikTok. But I wanted to lend a couple things to you. I don't know if you follow. Do you follow my man? What's the bald-headed brother name? Oh my God, I'm drawing a blank right now. He real heavy on YouTube. I feel this.
I don't know, but yeah, when you think about it, hit me back. I don't know. It's so many bald head dudes. I don't know, but yeah, hit me back. Bread Man
with the 1B.
What's the damn deal, big coach?
What's up, Bread? How you doing, fam?
Man, I'm good, man. Good to hear from you.
This comedian, Bread Man, right?
Goddamn right.
Boy, Bread, you were cooking something. Boy, you were cooking a tether.
Yeah, that Nigerian.
Oh man, boy, Bread Man was cooking a tether. Boy.
Oh man, I'm glad you seen that, man. I'm honored, man. I sent that out, man. I was hoping it got to you, man.
Oh,
you know, a lot of people like to do this shit online, but very few people come outside, you know, and really willing to sit down, you know what I'm saying, and get it on in real time. So I'm glad
get everybody the link because people and they want to see everybody. Some other people saw it too. They're like, yes, he was cooking. Yeah. What's the link to your YouTube channel?
It's Breadman TV on YouTube, Breadman TV on YouTube, and it's still running.
Oh, good.
It's still running.
What city you in, Brad?
I'm in H-Town, Houston, Texas.
Oh, cool. Well, how's everything down there?
Everybody out here licking their wounds because of Jasmine.
That's right. Yes.
They wasn't ready for the oopty wop.
Yeah.
I wanted to speak on that because, look, man, the Democratic Party, the Black Democratic Party, has to take accountability. I pressed they ass. I love Fannie Lou Hamer. In the spirit, you have to bring the pressure from within your own party. So I was telling these people, man, like, look, she's not speaking directly to Black people. She just endorsed the Latino community, and she has yet to come with any Black policy or anything specific for Black people, only to lose the race by 6 points because she didn't speak specifically to Black people. If you was in that mode, you would at least told people, yo, don't get hit with the ooty wop. This what they're gonna try to do on the day of voting. This is where you need to go, and you would at least put some money aside and campaign, but your mind wasn't even there. You were so worried about being endorsed by the Latino, that you got hit in your own backyard. And I just thought that was crazy, man.
Yeah. And
embarrassing.
Yes, it was, man. Thank you so much, bro. Let me touch on that. Yeah, that Latino thing, they're sitting up here pandering to the Latins and all that stuff. And the Latinos turned around and voted for the white man, the white T-man. We saw what happened down in Florida. Y'all see what's going on down in Florida? Hold on, before I get into that. Afro Sunday, where you at, bro?
What's good, bro? This your boy No Excuse, man, from Afro Sundays, man. How you doing?
I'm good, man. How are you?
Good, man. I wanted to ask a question, man, because I was watching one of my guys in a travel space. He mentioned you had responded to something he said, and he mentioned something about FBA is trying to be like another alphabet organization. And I was like, I wonder what Tariq said about that, because he basically trying to all lives matter. FBA was saying like, we built the pyramids in Egypt, we built Europe, like basically saying like Black people built this world, and so trying to dilute the FBA movement. So I was just kind of curious on your thoughts or response to that, or people trying to just say, we trying to be another group like LBGT and other alphabet groups.
That thank you, man. That makes zero sense. And when people just say shit that don't make sense, that means they don't really have a real response. They're just throwing shit on the wall. They're just basically saying shit so they can mention foundational Black Americans, so they can get some clicks and views. All right. That don't make a lick of sense. And that's what somebody else mentioned. There's another podcast, FBA this, FBA that, and they mentioned Nipsey and talking about Nipsey, how y'all gonna say FBA and Nipsey wasn't FBA, Nipsey was FBA. Okay, that's just dusty niggas saying shit just to get clicks and views. They're just saying shit to be contrary. Just saying shit. And they're just saying shit that they know is dumb and they know it's going to get engagement. Yeah, Nipsey's mom is FBA. Everybody knows that. Nipsey's mom is FBA. Nipsey comes from an FBA background. His dad was a Eritrean and his mother was FBA. And they know that. But they know if they say something dumb, they're going to get engagement. All right? Let's be it's engagement bait. They're just saying shit. Yeah? They're just saying stuff. Man. But like I said, down in Florida, they got these Latinos down there, and they got caught. They're working for the GOP. There's a guy named Abel Alexander Carvajal, and they had some little private group chat. And this guy, this Carvajal dude, he's the secretary of the Miami-Dade Republican Party down there. He's in some kind of leadership position, and they created a group chat for conservative college students. And it was connected to Florida International University, to one of their political clubs. And well, you know how they do. A bunch of Latinos, they got in here in this group chat, and everything was about denigrating us. It was N-word, 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 N-word. They were talking about harming Black people, harming Black babies, harming the Black elderly. Just everything was about us and harming us. Total Negro unaliving. And a lot of people are, they're up in arms about it. And it was somebody who was in the chat Somebody clicked in with Charlie Kirk's organization, Turning Point USA. They always get caught in some N-word scandal. That's nothing new. Somebody from Turning Point, they always get caught in some scandal where they're sitting around yelling the N-word, talking about Black people in private. So a lot of people are looking at them very funny style right now. We got to understand something, family. We got to understand something. We got to understand something. This Black and Brown coalition thing, I want y'all to understand. We got to get off that. That ain't it. That Black and Brown coalition. That's what Jasmine Crockett running around with that Black and Brown nonsense. That's why she lost. Ain't no damn coalition. Listen, these people come in.
That coalition is designed to fail.
With these imported anti-Black views. Wait, hold on one second. This person keeps themselves to come up. Okay, sorry about that, guys. I kept getting this person who kept trying to come up. Sorry about that. Good Lord. Can y'all see me? Hold on. Hold on. Now my screen is janky. Hold on.
There's never no code.
I'm trying to get my screen right. Somebody. Okay, there we go. Okay, I'm back. But yeah, like I said, man, a lot of these people, they come from these places where they dangle that carrot of white tea supremacy over them, even though they are a melanated other, but they dangle that carrot of white tea supremacy over them, and they got that medulla la raza, improve the race by marrying lighter and whiter skinned people, and that sickness is in their brains, and part of that culture is to harbor anti-Blackness. You got to have something to get away from. So, and also they try to assimilate into whiteness by utilizing those anti-Black tropes. When they get over here, proximity to whiteness, they think it's a gateway to power, capital, and societal acceptance. See, a lot of these first-gen immigrants going out of their way to distance themselves from us, because we ain't really rocking with them like that anyway, but it's all about denigrating us. They try to use that as a tool for assimilation. You see? This is why the top white tea supremacist right now, who is a Latino, Nick Fuentes. You understand? That's your Black and Brown coalition. The Proud Boys, one of the head guys at the Proud Boys, Tario. He's Afro-Cuban, part of a white tea supremacist group. You see?
And didn't that motherfucker get 25 years?
So family, at this point, that Black and Brown stuff, we can't run around with that. Not only is that politically naive at this point, it's politically harmful because it's one-sided. Yeah. A coalition cannot exist if one side is consistently politically opposed to the other side. A real coalition, it requires mutual political alignment, reciprocal rapport. So when we see in a lot of these cities, we see these large Latino voting blocks, they align with white supremacist politicians who undermine Black interests, whether it's policing, school funding, immigration policy impacts, all that, redistricting, all that stuff. See, when one group votes as a block for policy that weakens the other group's political leverage, that's not a coalition. Right. And understand that whole Black-Brown talk, that was a top-down political marketing strategy. That came from the top. That was the Black and Brown talk, that was never a grassroots thing. That never came from the soil. That concept gained traction in the late 20th century through political consultants and political party strategists and these nonprofit networks. That wasn't from no damn organic alignment between communities. That idea was useful for building large electoral voting blocks. Yeah. So when political messaging creates a coalition, but real world incentives and interests don't, that coalition exists in rhetoric. Yeah. Let's be very clear. In coalition politics, that only works when interests are clearly negotiated. You know, successful coalitions, they work when each group negotiates from a position of strength. And everything with us is, hey, we better vote and support this minority coalition or we're going to get shamed. And damn all that. The hell with all that. Right. Yeah, we ain't going for that no more.
No more.
Let me get some family. I've been on for.
Yeah, man, you know, because that shit never worked.
All right,
Never
let's
will
see.
work.
Let's get
Never
Paul
has
Kleber.
worked.
I'm gonna get a bunch of y'all in here. Let's get the Magnitude TV.
Hey, brother Che.
What's up? Who's that? Dog Clever?
Yeah. What up, Tariq?
Man, I'm
How
a
you doing,
caller
dog?
tonight, man.
Oh,
Shit,
chilling, brother, chilling. I just
Sandman
want
starting to
to
get to
add
me,
on
man.
to it, conversation.
Yeah, I understand.
We appreciate
All right,
you.
man.
That's
Okay, so I'll give you a
foundational.
call tomorrow, man.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And I just want to say that every time I
All right,
come on this
thanks
app,
for having me.
I get or any app, shit, I get my feelings hurt. So if you look at some of my page, I'm in there sticking and moving, man, every day, all day, man.
Man, respect to that. Love that, brother. Respect to that. Thank you so much. All right, Mo. What's up, Mo?
Hi, bro.
Oh, man. Will you stop trying to get your ass on here? What's up, man?
Bro, how are you?
I'm good. Why you kept making requests, man?
Bro, I want you to help me, please. Me, I'm from Syria. I need help.
Help with what, man?
I need a gift if you can. Tell you people.
Man, if you don't gift your ass out of here, that's what you gonna gift. Get out of here. You better call Sally Struthers. Get them to send you a bag of Red Cross rice. Damn, he kept requesting to get his ass on. The hell, dude. Excuse me. Let me see who else we got. All right, let's get Peekaboo. All right. Peekaboo, hop on. Mr. Peekaboo.
Yo, can you hear me?
What's up, Peekaboo? How are you? Now, listen, brother, why is your name Peekaboo?
I don't know. I was just fucking around when I created
You have
this
to
shit.
change that because I don't like calling you guys Peekaboo. All right? I'm a grown ass nigga, Peekaboo. What's happening with you, man?
What's good with you?
Your
Hey,
name right now, your name is P Money.
Hey, look.
Your name P. I ain't calling no grown nigga Peekaboo.
Hey, look.
I don't play with niggas like that. What's on your mind, man?
Hey, look. Hey, I just wanted to say this real quick. Hey, look. I love what you're doing and all that, and what we're doing with this FBA movement. But I feel like one group of Black people that's gonna really like try to hold this back. I feel like it's gonna be like the HBCU students. Because like a lot of times when we the main people like in our community within this that always give us pushback are the ones that go to the HBCUs and they're part of the fraternities and sororities. So it's like I feel like once we get them in line, I feel like we'll all be like, you know, all connected and everything will be running smooth. But for right now, they like our biggest opposition, I feel. What do you think about that?
No, HBCU's got a lot of tethers in them now. So you might have some tethers, but no. I get students from HBCUs hitting me up all the time. They going to school with FBA shirts on. So they know what it is. The ones who are from the lineage, they know what it is. And FBA is not a movement. Delineation is the movement. See, understand something. Our lineage is foundational Black American. It's locked in. Let's get something straight. Let's get something straight. Our lineage is locked in. Our lineage is locked all the way in. All right. Our lineage is locked and loaded. Okay, Magnitude TV, hop on. You want to get on.
Flex, what's up, Captain? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. How you doing, Magnitude?
My bad, bro. Listen, I ain't gonna hold you. I was on my other page. I was on my finesse page, and I'll hit you back because I remember what I was talking about earlier about the bald head dude.
Okay.
It was Marquette Devine. So.
Oh yeah. I know Marquette. Yeah.
So I'm only bringing him up because I feel like I'm not gonna lie. I would like to see y'all collaborate because honestly, you and him, I put you and him debating up against anybody on the internet, bro. As far as this FBA movement, these reparations, I don't know if you follow. I know you follow Anton Daniels. You know he's like your biggest adversaries against this reparations movement. And you know, some of these brothers, they get a little paper, they start acting crazy, talking crazy. So, you know, at some point, man, you and Marquette, man, I would like y'all to just lend some insight, man, to some of these. You got another one, I don't know if you know Cooley from No Fugazi podcast. I would put you and Marquette up against anybody on the internet right now that want to debate as far as this FBA movement, because I feel like you bring a lot of truth, but you also bring a lot of jest. which I appreciate in your approach because that's important. I think Dave Chappelle is good at that. You were good at that as well. But Marquette, he's a very intellectual brother, and I feel like the two of you together have a nice balance where I will put y'all up against anybody on the internet to debate anything as far as this FBA, this delineation movement, because it's important, man. And you are, I know you don't call yourself a leader, but you know what I'm saying, you one of the ones that we really look to, man. And I've learned a lot from you. I appreciate all the insight that you lend to this topic, man. Keep doing your thing. You know what I'm saying? And you know what I mean, I'm gonna land my plane, but we need to protect you, we need to uplift you, and you know what I mean, keep your you know, your head low, but your spirits high. You know how the game go, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, thank you so much, brother. Yeah, well, Marquette is cool. Yeah, Marquette, he be debating these white supremacists. He goes in on them. He goes in on them. All right, let me see who else we got. Respect to the fam. Let's get y'all raise your hand. Let me see who's in here. All right. Yeah, there's no leader. No leader. There is no leader. You cannot have a leader of a lineage. All right. Oh, yeah, Black Alpha, he's the truth. Yeah, we got a lot of brothers out here representing, brothers and sisters. Shout out to the sisters. Yeah, some of the sisters be out here spitting. So, you know, that's what it is, man. This is the new norm. Yeah, this is the new norm, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Yeah, the movement is delineation. Yeah, foundational Black American is a locked-in lineage. All right. The bright sun. All right, let's get the brightest sun. Hop on in the brightest sun. Yes, indeed. The brightest sun. What's up, brightest sun? Hold on. Did I get him in? Hold on.
What's up, brother?
Yeah. What's up, Solo?
Yeah, what's up, brother?
Okay, why you disguising your voice, man?
Yeah, I just got a quick question for you. So
why you voice though?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. It's nighttime. About brother Farrakhan, because his mother was from St. Kitts.
Caribbean. Mr. Farrakhan is a. I love Mr. Farrakhan.
So is he a tether?
No, and you know that. You're not a tether because you're foreign. You're a tether because of you. People like you who do little slick shit.
What did I do?
You're here disguising your voice and trying to bring up Farrakhan, trying to call Farrakhan a tether, and he's not. That's tetherish what you doing.
I mean, the way you guys use tether, like you guys just throw it around.
No,
like
we're talking about people who do what you do, who do little slick shit. That's tetherish. Minister Farrakhan is not a tether. Just because you're foreign, you're not a tether, sir.
All right, so do you think like people like Farrakhan have contributed to Black American culture, or did they tether to it and like build upon it?
No. Minister Farrakhan utilized the works of foundational Black American great, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, and respected and uplifted and kept up the language of our great Honorable Elijah Muhammad. And we respect Minister Farrakhan for that, sir. Now, where did your family come from, sir?
My dad is Ethiopian and my mom is Nigerian.
Right. Oh, that don't sound right. Sound like you just made that up. Yeah, Nigerians and Ethiopians, they don't click in like that. I don't believe that. So that's tetherish right there. You just made up a whole damn fake lineage. So I don't even believe that.
I mean,
right. But thank you, sir. I don't even believe that. I don't believe that. I don't believe that. Yeah, I don't believe that. Yeah, he just saying shit. All right, let me see who else we got. I got him out of here. He sound like he's just lying. All right, let me see. Let's get Nathaniel Melton. That's one of them old school FBA names right there. Nathaniel Melton. He sound like a car dealership owner. All right, let me see who else we got. Let's get those hands up, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get Small C in the business. Let me see. Who is this? Who else? God Elohim. All right. God Elohim.
Big Unc, what to do?
Hey, God Elohim, how are you?
I'm all right. I'm from the town, man. FBA all day.
My man, shout out to the town, man.
Yes, sir. I got a question, man. I was thinking, when you said the Negro de Terra,
yeah,
I was thinking, like, do you think, man, everybody's just been bamboozled? Like, you know, like, you think everybody's been told about this slavery story? Because I heard you say, like, you've been having a hard time finding these slave ships too. I'm not one of these people that's, the slave trade never happened type of niggas just asking, like, you know, because I heard some on TikTok, they was like, why is Argentina 80% almost like 100% white and no blacks? And they was going through how it was first all black land and then they got pushed out and stuff like that. So I'm just like,
yeah, you know, let me answer that. Thank you for the call. Listen, some of it, man, they've been running a game. Listen, I'm not, again, I'm just like this brother. I don't say that the transatlantic slave trade did not exist. Yeah, they brought some African people over. They did. It's documented. But just not to the degree they said, though. That's the thing. It's not to the degree they said. All right? That's my argument. Yes, there were African people brought over here. It was a very small percentage as it relates to them bringing them to other places. Like 6-7% of the people in the transatlantic slave trade, they brought them here to North America. Very small percentage. This is why, again, when you start doing genealogy work, you just don't find nothing that traces to the slave ships. I've been looking. I challenge one of you. Let me do this. I got this challenge. I put $100 on it. I'm gonna do a $100 challenge. If any of you got an Ancestry.com account, I give you $100 if you trace a black person to a slave ship. Trace a black person to a slave ship on Ancestry.com. I got $100. I cash up you $100. Let's come on. That's quick, easy 100. All right, that's a little something. Find me somebody on Ancestry.com, because I've been looking. Find me a dude. Let me tell you something. When we trace our lineage, you go to Ancestry.com. And the thing is, we've had Ancestry.com accounts for a long time, but throughout the years, you start getting more information because other people start building their family trees, and then they'll add some stuff and they'll add some documents. They'll add a birth certificate here, a death certificate there, a marriage license here. So if you have an account long enough and you have your trees up, you'll start getting more and more information over the years. So I dusted off my account and started seeing some of the more recent information that was added. And my family, you know, we're going back to the 1700s. We got Civil War documents, marriage documents, voter registration. One of my relatives got a damn Revolutionary War pension. I mean, we got all types of documents, but not one damn slave ship manifest or nothing. Even some of the white supremacists that SA'd some of the great grandparents, you know, and had babies. We can find some information on them. I can trace some stuff going to England. We can't trace nothing to Africa or a slave ship on there. I ain't found nothing. Not saying that it ain't out there. I just ain't found it. I've not found nothing that says Africa or slave ship. I would love for people to find, if you find something, hit me up. I give you, I don't care who it is, not just, you find me some on Ancestry.com. Yeah. I see, you see those coat of arms. When you see those coat of arms, you start getting into that English stuff. Yeah, I was going back to the 1600s to it went to England. There's some slave owner that's somewhere, unfortunately, in the family, later back down the line, whatever. But listen, we can find plantation stuff. We can find, hell, we got into some Native American stuff. You can find some Native American stuff. You can't find nothing African on there, though. Yeah, that's interesting. That's very, very interesting. I know. What's up, man?
Hey, what you do, Brody? Why the hell you got so many people in your chat? Like, what you do?
Man, I do it all, brother. I keep it 100. Where you from, bro?
Georgia, my Okay. You want to see
Georgia.
You want to see a badass old school?
Oh, let's see it. Oh, that's clean.
That's
Oh, that's clean.
Hey, I don't know if my check on up to it, but you know.
That's clean. Where your family from, bro? You from the islands. Where your family from?
Georgia, man.
Ain't nobody from Trinidad or nothing. You look like you from the Caribbean. Your family.
India, I got Cherokee in me.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, my big dad and big mom, they was Indian, Cherokee, real. They're the real ones.
My dude. How's everything out there in Georgia?
It is smooth, man. You know, man. Only thing with me, I just miss playing ball, dog. So I try to ball on this motherfucker.
Real talk. Car.
I think this is 71. 72.
Okay.
71 or 72.
Who's customizing it for you?
Could be a 70. Oh no, this motherfucker he'll put together, huh?
Okay, there it is. My man. Respect to that. But all right, man, I'll get you back on a little bit later. Got the young players in. All right. I look like he had a little perm kid in his head or something. I don't know what it was. Okay.
You know, erasing history is something that you have to do when it comes to conquest, domination, and destroying a people. If people knew who they were, what they were, and what they were capable of in the past, they will understand what they have a possibility or a likelihood of doing in the future.
Foundation of Black Americans, we've always had a culture of resistance. We cultivated a culture of resistance on this land, and we've been resisting ever since we've encountered European domination.
But nothing was really popping in Europe until the transatlantic slave trade, and that's where they amassed a lot of wealth.
One thing that I think is unique about our culture as far as how we resist, how we fight back, is just the environment we were put in from day one. Being only 13% of the population, the white supremacists were very meticulous about keeping that population at a certain amount.
There was never a period when we did not resist the encroachment of the white man.
They have a natural behavior of authority no matter where they go. That's why they'll step up in front of us in the line at the store. We're not important. They don't even see us.
We've never been able to excel. We've never been able to relax. We've never been able to just be, which means that existence is resistance.
It must be something in our DNA, our historical background, to when something doesn't sit right with us, especially spiritually, in our souls and in our spirit, we just say no.
We live resistance. You know, from the moment we're born, we're in resistance. And it's handed down generation to generation.
And so I think that cultural resistance is actually in our DNA, in our epigenetics, and then it blossoms out into the culture.
So there's almost nothing in America that we do, from song to dance to politics to the way we talk, the way we dress, having coded languages considered to be slang today. Everything about Black American culture is a form of resistance.
Of course, they want to always downplay our contributions to the global tapestry because they continue to act like our number one export in this country is not Black innovation.
Everyone understands that our resistance has been the cornerstone of what foundational Black Americans have always done. We are the life that breathes everything into this nation.
The further back you go, the further Black you go. It's just simple like that, brother.
Peace and Black Power, Black family. It's your brother Chase back at you again with another reactionary video. And as you can see by the title below, Lord have mercy, we gotta get back on these Latinos. These Latinos is out here talking out the side of their neck as usual. So you know we gotta break that down, family. But before we do all that, family, make sure you like the video, you subscribe to the channel, you hype it up, and most importantly, go get my newest book, When Black Americans Stop Singing and Start Swinging, because it's a must that we tell our own story, family. But with that being said, let's do a little bit of straightening, just a little bit.
Mexicans, whenever they say the word no key, I think it's valid. How you feel about Mexicans whenever they say the word
Low key? I think it's valid. Why do you think that is valid for Mexicans to say it? I don't know. We're the same, we're family, bro. You think that we're the same as black folks? Nah, I think we're better. Whoa, shoot. Why you say we're better? Because we are, bro. Wait, why though? You gotta elaborate a little bit. Just a little bit. Because, bro, we're Mexicans, bro. Okay. We're the shit, bro. Are we not? Are you?
Okay, you heard them, family. They're just better. They're better than foundational Black Americans, okay? We got one more, family, because this is things I've been seeing. These have been going viral over the last week just on social media. Okay, here we go. It's another one of y'all boys.
23.
Yeah,
Did you say the N-word?
what's wrong with saying that?
Are you black or?
I have black friends. I'm not saying in an offensive way. I'm saying you're my nigga, you're my homie. You know what I mean?
All right, family. Let's break this down. This is not going to be a long video. I only got 2 takeaways I want you to take away from this, family. Number 1, family, let ICE do their damn job. Let ICE do their damn job. Let ICE do their damn job. Please, 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 my FBA family, do not feel like you are obligated to crash out for these people. These people have no respect for you. Okay? No respect. You dig? You are not obligated to crash out for them. I want you to sit back, relax as foundational Black Americans, be strategic in game plan and get on code with your brothers and sisters of the lineage. And let the people who are so much more hardworking, as they put it, the people who have so much more culture, the people who are known to pick themselves up by their bootstraps, and the people who are known to be, just like that first gentleman said, better. He said them as Mexicans, they're just better. So let the better race of people pick themselves up by their bootstrap and fight their own battles. Let them hold their own nuts. See, this is a beautiful time to be alive. I don't even get mad when I see videos like this no more, because we're in an era where people are revealing themselves. They're revealing themselves, family. See, one of the greatest tools of white supremacy is deception. Deception. See, in 2026, the deception has been taken out of it. These people are loud and proud about their anti-Black sentiment. And when they say things like this, believe them. Okay? So like I said, family, I want you to sit back, relax, be strategic, make sure we're getting our paperwork right, make sure we're getting on code with one another, and make sure that when the dust settles, we're ready to go and continue our fight for freedom, for liberation, and for what is owed to us. We're not going to waste no more energy crashing out on folks like this. All right? That's number 1. Number 2, let me say this, family. If you don't remember nothing else from this video, remember this, especially when it comes to our relationship with other ethnic groups of people or other races of people as foundational Black Americans. Just because you grow up in close proximity to other groups of people, or you even grow up in the same apartment or neighborhood with other groups of people, does not automatically mean that those people have respect for you, your people, and your culture. Let me say it one more time. Just because you grew up in close proximity, or you live next to or live with other ethnic groups or races of people, does not automatically mean you share some type of camaraderie or they have some type of respect for you, your people, and your culture. And why am I saying that? Because a lot of times when you hear these Latinos talk like this, what do they always say, family? I grew up around Black people homes. They always talk about how they grew up around us. Oh, we were raised in the same neighborhood. I have Black friends. That means nothing, family. It means nothing. And unfortunately, I have to react to videos like this because now I'm starting to see a wave of Black people acting as shield for these Latinos when they get out here and say the N-word. I can't tell you how many people I've seen, especially in states like, we got to be honest, California, Texas, and New York. Okay, and I understand there's a high tether population in all those places, but I can't tell you how many people I keep seeing giving these folks a pass because they grew up in the same neighborhood as they did. Okay? Negroes like this.
Using the N-word. I want to know, is that offensive to the Black culture, or is it more like a brotherly endearment term?
It depends on the hood you grew up in.
It doesn't. It ain't no it depends. You dig? It don't matter if you grew up in the quote-unquote projects. It don't matter if you grew up in the suburbs. If your ass grew up on Mars, it don't matter. Latinos cannot say the word nigga. That's our word. Coming from them, remember, these Latinos, many of them classify as white. Many of them, going back, their grandparents and parents fought to be classified as white. Hell are you talking about, well, if they grew up in the hood? I don't give a damn if they had a house next to you. Stop talking that dumb shit. That's dumb shit. But let's let them continue, because this is what we talk about.
If your hood had blacks and Mexicans, we struggle with the same thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Cops pull us over. You know what I'm saying? We go through the same struggles and stuff like that. That aspects of life. In the hood, we struggle together. In the hood, we play together. In the hood, we family. In the hood, the fruit truck come by. You know what I'm saying? We buy from the fruit truck. In the hood, the corn man come by. We buy from the corn man. It's so we're so relatable.
Okay.
So I feel like if you grew up in the hood, you got that pass.
You don't. And here's the thing. If they had so much love and respect for you and they were so brotherly, here's the question. Why do they even want to say the word, family? If they know how the word can be seen as negative coming from them because they're not of that racial group, why do they even want to say the word? What is the big push to say it? All the words in the English language, they need to say that word. That's the word we have to give them a pass on. They have to be able to say that word. Why is it, family? Let me tell you why Latinos really want to say the word. It has nothing to do with endearment. It has nothing to do with growing up with Black people. Foundational Black American culture to the outside world is seen as the epitome of masculinity. It's seen as the epitome of cool. In the ultimate word an outsider of that culture can say is the word nigga, especially for the Latino male. They view them being able to say the word nigga as symbolism or symbolic that they've conquered Black culture. They are able to say the one word that most people can't say without getting checked, without getting stomped on, without getting beat down. They've been given a pass to do that. They've been given a pass to run with the lions, to hunt with the wolves. That's how they view it. Because again, a lot of y'all don't understand this. Our culture to the outside is viewed as very masculine, very cool, very dangerous. We are known, we have developed a culture of resistance, of fighting. So if Black people give you a pass to do something, especially to say that N-word, you've conquered Black people. That's how they view it, family. And if you don't believe me, let's go back and do a little film study. As you know, I always study these suspected white supremacists, these honorary white supremacists, which many of these Latinos are. Remember, we broke down a video with Mexican OT. Mexican OT is a Mexican rapper out there in Texas. And he went on his whole thing, who gonna stop me from saying nigga? Let's go back and review what he said, because he gave us some key insights. I really want y'all to understand this, how they view saying the N-word. Listen up, family.
Do you feel like you could say the N-word?
What the are you gonna do about it? You know, I grew up loving these motherfuckers. I grew up fighting with them, eating with them. I respect people that they feel that way, and that's why I try to shut the fuck up about it.
Right.
But if you're from where I'm from or anywhere, what the What are you gonna do about it? It's like I done went to the jungle and earned the lion's head.
Mm-hmm. Did you hear that, family? What the F you gonna do about it? Huh? It's like I went to the jungle and I earned the lion's head. They view our culture as the safari, as the wild. That's where the wolves and the lions play, especially the males in other cultures. So when I went to that culture and they gave me a pass to say the N-word, I got the lion's head now. I can say the word that most people can't say without getting their ass whooped. I can say it. I got the lion's head. And now I'm in a room full of Black women, non-FBA women, by the way. This chick is Nigerian. You know, there were no FBA sisters in there. They probably would have checked that shit. But now I'm in a room full of Black women saying, what the F are you gonna do about it? Understand, family, that ain't got nothing to do with no brotherly love, them saying it. It ain't got nothing to do with some type of camaraderie from growing up around Black people. It's a power move. It's a power move to show this word, and the fact that I'm saying it so freely means I've conquered your culture and your people. And it's especially a shot at Black men. It's a shot at FBA men. You take that personal, FBA man, when they get up there and they start talking that nigga this, nigga that, you take that personal because they're saying they not only conquered you, but your culture, your women, and your children. And like he said, what the F are you gonna do about it? That's why we don't give out no passes. We stand on lineage business. That word is sacred to us, whether you like the word or not, family. The bottom line is that's a sacred word in the Black community, and that word is only for us. Okay, we put energy and power into that word. That word is for us, family. And you check anybody who attempts to say it or who even wants to say it. These folks out here looking for passes. Why the hell do you want to say it so damn bad? The brown community don't want to free you. They don't want to ally with you. They want their chance to hold the whip and whip you and beat you and to say they conquered you. Please understand that, family. So no more passes. Stand on FBA business. I love y'all, family. I appreciate y'all. Tell me what you think in the conversation below. I know this is a heavy topic, a heavy conversation. I'm interested to hear y'all opinions on it, but make sure you like the video, subscribe to the channel, hype it up, and go get my newest book, When Black Americans Stop Singing and Start Swinging. And until next time, remember this, Foundational Black Americans, you are phenomenal, phenomenal people. Till next time, peace and Black power. I'm out.
Let me tell you what happened this morning. Oil prices blew past $100 a barrel. Then they kept going, past 110, past 119. It is the highest they have been since Russia invaded Ukraine. Gas at the pump is already up more than 16% in a single week. And analysts are now saying, if the Strait of Hormuz stays closed, we could be looking at $150 a barrel by the end of this month. And I need you to understand something right now. When oil prices explode like this, it does not hit everybody the same, not even close. There is one community in America that absorbs this kind of economic shock harder, deeper, and longer than anyone else. And that community is us. This war in Iran is not just a military conflict. It is an economic weapon. And it is aimed, whether they intended it or not, directly at the pockets, the pantries, and the futures of Black families across this country. I've started a WhatsApp channel where I go deeper on stories like this, the ones YouTube buries because they are too real. The link is in the pinned comment. Join now, because what I am about to break down affects every single one of you watching this. Let me walk you through exactly what's happening in the global economy right now, because most people are watching the missiles and missing the money. The Strait of Hormuz is a narrow strip of water between Iran and Oman. It is about 21 miles wide at its narrowest point, and roughly 20% of all the oil consumed on this planet passes through it every single day. Hundreds of tankers, millions of barrels. It is the most important energy choke point on Earth. When the United States and Israel launched strikes on Iran on February 28th, Iran retaliated, not just with missiles aimed at military bases, but with a direct threat to global energy. Iran's Revolutionary Guard declared the strait closed. They said any vessel attempting to pass through would be set ablaze. At least 5 tankers have already been damaged. 2 crew members were killed. Over 150 ships are stranded in the region with nowhere to go. And the oil market panicked. In less than 10 days, Brent crude, the global benchmark, went from around $70 a barrel to over $110 a barrel. That is a jump of more than 50%, a sudden price surge. American gas prices have already surged 16% in 1 week. Analysts at one major energy firm said if the strait remains closed for another month, oil could hit $135 a barrel. Another analyst said $150 by the end of March. Iraq, the second biggest oil producer in OPEC, has already cut production by 70%. Kuwait is cutting output. The UAE is managing production down. Qatar, one of the world's largest exporters of liquefied natural gas, has paused all gas production after Iranian drones struck their facilities. This is not a blip. This is the biggest oil supply disruption in modern history. A global energy consultancy used those exact words. And the consequences are about to roll through every gas station, grocery store, and household budget in America. But they will not roll through unequally. And that is what nobody is willing to say. Why Black families get hit first and hardest. When gas prices spike, the pain doesn't land evenly. It lands heaviest on the people who are already stretched the thinnest. In America, that means Black and brown communities overwhelmingly. Here's the math they don't want you to see. Low-income households spend a far greater share of their income on gas, food, and transportation than wealthy households do. A family earning $200,000 a year spends about 2% of their budget on gasoline. A family earning $30,000 a year spends 4 to 5% of their budget, double the share, on the exact same tank of gas. When prices spike by $1 a gallon, that lower income family loses roughly $350 a year in purchasing power. That is money they do not have to spare. That money was already going to groceries, to rent, to keeping the lights on. Black households in America have a median income that is roughly 60% of white household median income. Black families are more likely to be renters, more likely to live in food deserts where groceries already cost more. Black families are more likely to work jobs that require driving. You cannot do construction, warehouse work, home health care, or food delivery on Zoom. And Black families are far less likely to have emergency savings to absorb a sudden spike in the cost of living. Research from the Federal Reserve Bank of Richmond found that Black households experience higher and more volatile inflation than white households, not slightly higher. 13% more volatile. That means prices in Black communities swing harder and faster, and the options to adjust are fewer. White households responded to inflation by switching to cheaper stores. Black households were already shopping at the cheapest stores. There is nowhere left to go. During the last major inflation spike, from 2022 to 2023, roughly 3 in 10 Black adults reported they could not meet their basic household food needs, not wants, needs. 1 in 3 Black families in the richest country on earth could not reliably feed themselves. And that was before a $100 oil barrel. That was before the Strait of Hormuz was shut down. That was before the biggest energy disruption in history. Now multiply that by what is coming. When gas prices rise, the cost of driving to work rises, but it does not stop there. Everything that moves by truck costs more, which means groceries cost more, which means restaurants cost more, which means every product on every shelf in every store costs more. Inflation does not knock once. It kicks down every door in the house. And the people standing closest to those doors, the people with the smallest rooms and the thinnest walls, are the same people they always are. If you are feeling this, if you are already watching your budget tighten, join our WhatsApp channel. I share information there that can actually help you navigate what is coming. Economic breakdowns, resources, content YouTube will not push. The link is in the pinned comment. Go hit it right now, the war budget versus Black communities. Now let's zoom out, because the gas price is just the first hit. The second hit is what this war is going to cost and where that money is going to come from. The Iraq War cost the United States over $2 trillion. Some estimates, when you include long-term veteran care, interest on the debt, and the economic ripple effects, put the true cost above $3 trillion. Afghanistan added another $2 trillion on top of that. Combined, America spent somewhere between $4 and $6 trillion on 2 wars in the Middle East over 20 years. And what happened to domestic spending during those wars? It was gutted. Education budgets were slashed. Infrastructure crumbled. Social safety nets were weakened. Public housing investments dried up. Mental health services were defunded. The communities that needed investment the most, Black communities in the South, in the Rust Belt, and in urban centers across the country, watched their resources disappear into the desert. And now it's happening again. This war in Iran is not going to be cheap. The military buildup alone is costing billions of dollars a week. That includes the carriers, the destroyers, the fighter jets, the cruise missiles, and intelligence operations. And that money has to come from somewhere. It always does. And it never comes from the defense contractors. It never comes from the corporations that profit from war. It comes from the line items that fund schools, that fund healthcare, that fund the programs Black communities depend on to survive. Think about the timing. In the last 2 years, affirmative action was struck down by the Supreme Court. DEI programs across corporate America were dismantled. Federal diversity initiatives were gutted. Educational funding was cut. Social programs were rolled back. The already shrinking pipeline of resources flowing to Black communities was being squeezed. And now a war lands on top of all of that. A war that will consume hundreds of billions, if not trillions, of dollars. A war that will drive up the cost of everything. A war that will dominate the political conversation so completely that every other issue, including every issue that matters to Black people, gets pushed off the table. When is the last time you heard a politician talk about reparations this month, about the racial wealth gap, about environmental racism, about police reform, about maternal mortality in Black communities? Those conversations are gone, buried under the sound of missiles. And that is not a side effect. That is how it works. War does not just